音量の件で最初下いるかも。途中で戻ってくる多分。あれマイク拾ってるな。
Hello everyone, the opening ceremony will begin in 5 minutes, so please be seated and make sure to turn off your mobile phone and any other devices that might make any noise. Thank you.
開会式はあと5分で始まります。携帯電話など音の出る機械の電源はお切りになるかマナーモードに設定するようお願いいたします。また11時には扉を閉め、開会式中は途中入場ができませんのでご了承ください。 May I have your attention, please? Good morning, everyone. Now, we'd like to start the opening ceremony of the 20th Todai Cup, presented by the University of Tokyo English-Speaking Society.
It is our great pleasure to welcome all of you here today. Please enjoy your contest.
First, let us welcome today's wonderful speakers into this auditorium. Please welcome them with a big round of applause.
The first speaker of the contest is Mr. Kazuki Konishi from Kansai University.
The second speaker is Ms. Mayuka Uesugi from Saitama Municipal Urawa High School.
The third speaker is Ms. Nicole Mori from Shinagawa Etowa Girls High School.
The fourth speaker is Ms. Mary O'Daniel from Dalton Tokyo Junior and Senior High School.
The fifth speaker is Mr. Yuya Kubota, an office worker.
The sixth speaker is Ms. Rio Kato from Clear Lake High School.
The seventh speaker is Ms. Aiki Shirakawa from Waseda University. Unfortunately, she is running late due to illness.
The eighth speaker is Mr. Akira Tateishi from Hosei University. Unfortunately, he is absent today.
The ninth speaker is Mr. Sota Totokoro from Kaisei High School.
And last but not least, the 10th speaker is Mr. Shinosuke Chiba from the University of Tokyo. We sincerely hope that you will enjoy the speeches that will be delivered by the 10 speakers. Please be seated. Next, the distinguished judges and questioner will enter into this auditorium. Please stand up and welcome them again with a big round of applause. Please be seated.
Now, we'd like to introduce today's distinguished judges and questioner. We have invited 3 judges, including 1 questioner, belonging from different backgrounds. Dear judges and the questioner, we request you to please stand up when your name is called out.
The first judge is Dr. Ayako Takemi, but unfortunately, she is absent today. So, Ms. Sandra Tanahashi, please. Ms. Sandra Tanahashi, originally from California, has a passion for speeches and presentations. This passion drives her to coach students to prepare them for numerous competitions. Indeed, she sees mastering speech and presentation skills as a vital step to personal confidence and transferable skills for a successful future. She applauds all of the people that are making this wonderful day possible. Ms. Tanahashi, thank you for coming today.
The second judge is Professor Sylvia Edgemont. Professor Sylvia Edgemont is a project assistant professor at the Center of Global Education at the University of Tokyo. She teaches oral communication courses and academic writing in the junior division at Komaba and upper division interdisciplinary courses in the Global Liberal Arts program. Before joining U Tokyo, Professor Edgemont taught a wide variety of classes in Poland, United States, Turkey, and Hong Kong. She also served as an oral examiner of the language proficiency assessment for teachers at the HK Education Bureau. Professor Edgemont, thank you for coming today.
The third judge is Mr. Kenta Eboshi. He's the questioner of this contest. Mr. Kenta Eboshi holds an MBA from Keio Business School and a Bachelor of Arts from Tokyo University. He has also pursued academic studies at York University in Canada and ESSEC Business School in France. During his undergraduate years, he was an active member of the English Speaking Society, focusing primarily on competitive speech activities. In 2007, he earned first place in the 42nd Amano Cup. Since 2008, he has served as a judge for numerous open speech contests, having evaluated more than 1,200 speeches to date. He currently works in the maritime shipping industry, while also providing one-on-one speech coaching for working professionals and offering counseling for individuals preparing to enter MBA programs at Kawaijiku Active Learning School. Mr. Eboshi, thank you for coming today.
We'd like to introduce the distinguished judges for elimination round as well. The elimination judges were Ms. Sandra Tanahashi, Mr. Teruyuki Shiraiwa, and Mr. Alex M. Hayashi. Thank you very much for acting as the elimination judges. Also, we'd like to introduce the distinguished judges for Elimination Cup, contest to decide the inner speaker. The elimination judges were Ms. Kaho Maruyama and Mr. Yusuke Hata. Thank you very much for your cooperation.
Now, we have introduced today's speakers and distinguished judges. Please take a moment and watch the opening movie for today's contest.
We hope you liked the opening movie. Next, Mr. Eugene Fukunaga, the Vice Executive Chairperson of this contest, will make an opening address. Mr. Fukunaga, please.
What is a word that can express yourself? I'll give you guys 5 seconds to think of a word that can express yourself. What did you think? Intelligent? Sporty? Exciting? Well, in my case, it's unfortunately lazy. As a vice chairperson, I was far from perfect. There were many times when my power was not enough, and there were many times when I was helped by other people. For example, this photo, I forgot to change it, so it's the same one as the one as when I was a freshman. And this contest was won not only by myself. I was helped by every members of ESS, MCs, or the reception people, and especially the chairperson, Rana Moronaga, and the chief, Kazuto Okumura. This contest was run not only just by the speakers, not only by Eugene Fukunaga, but also every members of ESS and every people who is related to this contest. What I want to say is that this isn't speech contest. However, not only speech is the only important thing. Everything that is related to this contest is important, and this is needed. What I want to say is that I want all the audiences not to forget that everything is important in this contest. And I just want to enjoy, I just want you guys to enjoy this contest without forgetting that every person is important in this contest. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fukunaga. Next, Mr. Shigeo Nonaka, the first prize winner of the 19th Todai Cup, will return the University of Tokyo ESS Cup. Mr. Nonaka, please.
Then, Mr. Nonaka will receive a replica of the cup. We would like to ask the last year's winner for some comments. Mr. Nonaka, please.
Thank you, the Masters of Ceremonies, my escort Sato-san, the staffs, the honourable judges, all the speakers, and all of the audience. A year ago, I wasn't here to give a speech. I stood here because I had something that I truly wanted to convey. I spoke about Myanmar and the military coup that happened in February 1st, 2021. About how people can find strength precisely when they're at their weakest. About how seeing people's faces, learning about their lives, and empathizing with them can break down walls of indifference. But to be honest, few people, very few people, want to hear about a distant country like Myanmar. 5 years have passed since the coup d'etat, and I really feel that reality in my bones. Yet, the Todai High is a place where such stories can be heard. And today, each and every one of you stands in that place. So I urge you, deliver your speech not as a performance, but as a dialogue. Giving a speech may sometimes feel like acting, but it must be no one else but you. Dialogue is about passing on what can only be conveyed from person to person. Through dialogue, people learn. And through learning, they must become more human. Today, your speech will change you. Your speech will make you more human. I wish you a dialogue and a speech that is honest and truly your own. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nonaka. Please go back to your seat.
Then, we'd like to introduce today's wonderful prizes. Please look at the screen. Firstly, all of the finalists will receive gifts from the University of Tokyo ESS. Next, the audience prize will be given to the speaker who got the largest support from the audience. The audience have the right to vote for the best speaker. Please vote by filling out the form handed to you at the front. The prize includes a gift card and audience prize cup.
The third prize includes a catalog gift card and the third place cup.
The second prize includes a gourmet dining experience ticket and the second prize cup.
And the first prize includes a premium travel gift catalog, and the most important prize, the University of Tokyo ESS Cup.
Now, I'd like to explain today's rules. Each speaker has 8 minutes to deliver their prepared speech. After 7 minutes have passed, he will ring a bell once like this, and twice like this, for 7 minutes and 30 seconds, and 3 times like this, for 8 minutes. If the speech exceeds 8 minutes, the speaker will not be stopped, but will drop 1 place from the ranking.
After the speech, we will have a question and answer session for 3 minutes with this questioner. The last question asked within the time can be answered. The answers to the questionnaire affect their scores. The time cards will be shown as written on the slide. After the question and answer session, there will be a short judging time. We request all members in the audience to fill out the comment sheets handed to you at the reception for the speakers after their speech during this time. The sheets will be collected at the end of each session.
Additionally, please vote for the speech you thought was the best using the QR code that was handed out at the reception for the audience prize before you leave today's contest. Lastly, let us introduce ourselves. Today's timekeepers are Riku Fujimoto, Taisei Tanaka, and Ten Haojin. Today's masters of ceremony are Kakei Ba
and Kei Fukiage. Please enjoy today's contest.
This concludes the opening ceremony. Thank you for your attention. The first session will start shortly, so please remain seated.
Now, without further ado, we'd like to begin the first session of this contest. The first speaker is Mr. Kazuki Konishi. His speech title is Let's Graduate from Marriage. Let's graduate from marriage. So, Mr. Konishi, would you come up to the stage?
Thank you, the Master of Ceremony, and distinguished judges, all of the organizers, and the audience. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. You don't understand. No, it's you. 'Cause who will you stay with? Mom? What's it? I was only 3 years old. My parents' shout woke me up. Suddenly, I faced an impossible choice. I just answered, I'll stay home, and went back to sleep. The next morning, she was gone. Where's Mom? Was it my fault? If I had said, I will still there, Mom, would she still be home? Fortunately, she came back a few days later. But even now, whenever I hear loud quarrel, the anxiety and self-blame flashback. Have you ever seen your parents argue? Sadly, according to the Japanese Psychological Association, 64% parents argue in front of their kids. Today, I'll share the impact of parents' arguments and how to prevent them. To all parents, future parents, and children, let's rethink marriage and protect our families. Psychologist Dr. Yohei Inoue explains that parents' quarrels deeply affect children's personalities. Some children believe they cause the conflict, leading to self-denial. Also, they become sensitive to their parents' moods. This anxiety makes them fear that loved ones will hurt them. So they push others away with cold words as safeguards. This behavior becomes a habit. As a result, they grow up without learning emotional control. Thus, they easily argue in front of their kids and traumatize them. My parents are also victims of this cycle. In fact, both of my grandparents argued constantly when my parents were children. That affected my parents, so they often reacted with anger and harsh words. So it was normal for them to quarrel in front of me. Such daily arguments between spouses create a negative spiral. So why do arguments happen even though they once loved each other? Actually, excessive closeness brings disputes for 3 reasons. First, psychoanalyst Freud noted that being too close and interfering too much sparks arguments. Second, spending so much time together makes flaws stand out. Third, couples often expect to each other to read their minds. When expectations differ, it causes conflict. Indeed, my parents typically shouted, "Your cleaning is always awful," or "Why did you put it away? Can't you see? I was about to use it." I've seen the countless times the small frustrations explode into huge arguments just because things didn't go their way. So naturally, they were exhausted by daily life, so they tried to stop arguing. But that peace lasted less than 2 weeks. They couldn't stand each other's shortcomings and got furious. Despite their efforts, my home was filled with harsh words again. 10 years ago, my parents found a way for a healthy distance and peaceful life. My family watched a TV program about graduated marriage, sotsukan in Japanese. It's not divorce. It means couples avoid unnecessary interference and respect mutual independence. For example, separating housework, living spaces, and finances. When I learned about graduated marriage, I strongly suggested to my parents, why don't you graduate from marriage? If you do so, no more arguments, right? Honestly, it's very tough watching you argue. But I also don't want to separate from either of you. They realized my emotional scars, so they decided to try graduated marriage. Then, my parents made 3 main rules. First, doing their own housework. Don't rely on each other. Second, working together in raising me. Third, when they have something to say, make lists and be clear. Thanks to the rules, they said, I can do house chores in my own way. And making lists clarifies our thoughts so we can discuss calmly. The quarrels have stopped because the complaints have disappeared. Of course, graduated marriage isn't perfect. It might lower the barrier to divorce. Moreover, it's quite new and not easy for others to accept. However, all about the reports, 80% of graduate spouses said it's effective. Specifically, they aren't frustrated and find their good points again. It gives the couples a chance to reconsider their connection and distance. Marriage is great and has various styles. So my parents' example is just one. So if your marital life is peaceful, you don't need graduated marriage. But if you argue weekly or monthly, please look into it. With graduated marriage, my parents' hopeless arguments are over. Now, I don't have to read their faces, and my anxiety is gone. Finally, I'm free from the impossible choice, mom or dad. And I found couples can live peacefully. So parents and future parents, if you have many disputes, will you continue the life or divorce? But before you decide, how about graduating from marriage? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Konishi. Now, we will have a question and answer session. Mr. Eboshi, please.
Okay, good morning, Konishi-san.
Good morning.
Glad to see you again. Okay, how do you feel right now?
Really impressive because I can give the speech in the Yasuda auditorium.
Okay, that's very good. Okay, for my first question, can you elaborate on the specific challenges your family faced when transitioning to graduated marriage?
Transitioning?
Can you elaborate? Can you explain more in more detail on the specific challenges your family faced when transitioning to graduated marriage?
The difficulty was my father works at midnight, so he is actually a truck driver. So that's everything housework it was difficult because the truck driver is one of the most hardest and using quite energy and body. So after working, it's quite difficult to do housework. But he did, he thought that graduate marriage is one of the answer for me, so they did in full scale.
All right. And next question. You explained some kind of advantages of graduated marriage.
Yes.
But I also think that there are some disadvantages.
Yeah.
So please tell us some risks or disadvantages of graduated marriage that families should consider.
So the demerit is kind of the right of the property. So if you live in a house, not apartment or something, if you have their own house, it's quite difficult which property exists, or the wife or the husband. So those kind of the legal things are quite difficult problems.
Okay, so next question. What advice would you give to children who witness frequent arguments between their parents?
So I want to say it's not your fault. So actually, when I was, as I said in the speech, when I was 3 years old, I felt it wasn't my fault, but I felt like they argue, which related with me. So so it's not your fault. It's okay. Please be safe. You don't need to worry about.
Okay, time is up. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eboshi and Mr. Konishi. Please go back to your seat. Now, we will have the judging time.
Let us welcome the second speaker of the contest, Ms. Mayuka Uesugi. Her speech title is, Who is Responsible for Food Loss? Who is Responsible for Food Loss? So, Ms. Uesugi, would you come up to the stage?
Thank you, the master of the ceremony, distinguished judges, and audience. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
One day, I saw a long line of people waiting at McDonald's. As I walked past the store, I noticed piles of McDonald's bags thrown away along the road, overflowing from the trash cans. It was disgusting. That night, when I watched the news, I found out why. McDonald's had released a collaboration with popular characters like Pokemon and Tom and Jerry. Many adults were buying Happy Meals, not to eat them, but to collect the toys and resell them online for profit. Because of that, between 20,000 and 30,000 meals were wasted, and the toys that came with a 500 yen Happy Meal were being sold for as much as 200,000 yen. When I first heard this story, I was angry. McDonald's had to know this would happen. I thought, they just wanted to make money. I blamed the company completely. Around that time, another experience made me think even more about food loss. While scrolling through Instagram, I saw a friend's post. Beautiful fireworks and a colorful bowl of shaved ice. It looked delicious. Later, I asked her, was it good? But she replied, I didn't eat it. What? Why? It melted while I was taking pictures. That small moment showed me something important. Food waste doesn't just happen because of big companies. It happens in our everyday lives, almost without us noticing. According to Japan's Ministry of the Environment, food loss in Japan reached 4.6 million tons in 2023. That's the same as 45 billion rice bowls being thrown away every year, enough for every person in Japan to waste one rice bowl every single day. Food loss is usually divided into two types. Household food loss from our homes and business food loss from restaurants and stores. Each type makes up about half of the food loss problem in Japan. So, more households need to start making efforts to reduce food loss, right? But even if we try to reduce our household food loss, what can we do about the second type, business food loss? You might think, isn't that something that only companies can solve? Although it's easy to blame businesses for the problem, if we look closer, we can see that they're simply responding to our behavior as customers. My mother works in the food industry, and she told me that when a rice bowl in a convenience store has only 5 or 6 hours left before its best before date, it's usually discarded. Why? Because customers, people like us, won't buy it. Instead, we always reach for the one with the later date. So stores throw away the others, even if they are still perfectly good. One day, I was eating a rice bowl from the fridge when my mom said, "That one's expired." I hesitated, but it tasted completely normal. I realized then that food isn't wasted because it's bad. It's wasted because of how we think about it. Were all the wasted Happy Meals that I saw really only McDonald's fault? After all, McDonald's didn't throw those hamburgers in the trash. The customers did. When we always want the newest, the freshest, the prettiest, companies have to keep producing more. And when we buy things just for toys, photos, or convenience, food becomes disposable. Businesses may make the products, but it's our habits that give them permission to be wasteful. So, who's responsible for food loss? The companies that sell the food, or the consumers who buy it without thinking? I believe the problem starts with us. For example, in my family, when vegetables or meat are left over during the week, we use them to make a hot pot on the weekend in winter. This not only warms our bodies, but also reduces food waste. Also, when we have leftover rice, we freeze it. This way, my younger brother, who is growing fast, can eat rice whenever he wants, and we can avoid wasting food. If we change our habits, companies will have to follow. If we choose a rice bowl that expired sooner, why would the companies make more than what's needed? If we eat what we have before getting more, the supermarkets would have to respond. These tiny actions matter. If every person in Japan reduced their food waste by just 10%, that would save the equivalent of more than 4 billion rice bowls a year. So, next time you buy food, pause for a second and ask yourself, what really makes you happy? Is it a limited edition toy, a perfect photo, or the satisfaction of knowing you made a choice that's kind to both people and the planet? Food loss isn't just a business problem, it's a human one. And it's one we can solve. One thoughtful choice, one rice bowl at a time.
Thank you, Ms. Uesugi. Now we'll have a question and answer session. Mr. Iboshi, please.
Okay, good afternoon, Uzi-san. Okay, how do you feel right now?
I was nervous, but I'm relieved to give my speech.
Okay, that's very good. Okay, my first question. Would you please explain which food loss do you want to solve most? Food loss from company or food loss from house?
Thank you for your question. I want to solve the business food loss because I think every homes are doing doing to solve the food loss in individuals. So I think we should do more to reduce the business problem.
Okay, so you suggested various things that we individuals can do to reduce food loss in your speech, at the last part of your speech. So then, would you please propose what company should do to reduce food loss?
Tough question. Let me think. I think companies should sell the food which expired sooner in lower price because in this way customers can buy it and and the people who want the cheaper food can buy it, and in this way I think we can solve the food loss problem.
All right, next question. In talking about this issue, it's very, very important to involve our Japanese government or other international institutes or international organizations to solve this food loss issue because the issue is very, very big. Mm-hmm. So would you please tell us what government should do or what United Nations or other international institutes should do to reduce food loss?
Interesting question. So let me think. I read that in France, there is a law to prohibit throwing away food, and in this way, they reduce the amount of food loss. So I think Japan can imitate the law too, and for example, not banning but restricting the amount of food loss is very effective for Japan to reduce the food loss.
All right, time is up. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eboshi and Ms. Uesugi. Please go back to your seat. Now we'll have a judging time.
Let us welcome the third speaker of the contest, Ms. Nicole Mori. Her speech title is Beyond the Numbers. Beyond the Numbers. So, Ms. Mori, would you come up to the stage?
Sure. Thank you, Master of the Ceremonies. Good morning, distinguished judges and members of the audience. I learned my worth the moment my exam scores were handed back, face down on my desk. My hands trembled as I turned the paper over, and in a heartbeat, the room went silent. Because that simple number was more than a grade. It was judgment. It was worth. It was a verdict on who I was and what I could become. Ladies and gentlemen, today I want to talk about the invisible pressures that quietly shape us, how the obsession with measurement affects humanity, and the question we rarely ask. How should we handle these pressures before they break us? We grow up learning that worth is something to be proven and not something that we already possess. The pressure that we all encounter is the expectation to measure up. We grow up with measuring tapes wrapped around us to prove our value through digits, ranks, and results. And I know for a fact that this wasn't just in my head. It was woven into my surroundings. Growing up in the Philippines, I had a front row seat to a culture obsessed with measurement. There's a phrase I heard all my life. Yan lang? This translates to just that? It's such a small question, yet it carries a sting. The sting of inadequacy. One night, I sat staring at the numbers on my test paper. I whispered to myself, no, I should have done better. I'm not enough. I'll never be enough. My chest ached, my stomach turned, and in that moment, it hit me. I realized that the measuring tape was no longer symbolic. It felt real and suffocating. I wasn't chasing knowledge anymore. I was chasing approval. And the more I chased it, the further I drifted away from myself. But this isn't just a personal struggle. It's a reflection of a world that has forgotten how to see the value beyond what can be counted. When a society begins to measure everything, it forgets the things that matter most. We live in a society that reduces human value to numbers. From education to employment, from beauty standards to social media metrics, our worth is ranked, rated, and reviewed. We measure everything now. Success by income, beauty by likes, intelligence by scores, but salaries don't show passion. Likes don't show character. Grades don't show curiosity, and yet these numbers decide who is worthy and who isn't. They shape how we see others, and worse, how we see ourselves. Yan lang, yan lang, yan lang. Everywhere I looked, those same words echoed. The reminder that no matter what I do, it will never be enough. We are told to look perfect, to study perfectly, to work perfectly, but no one tells us what happens when perfection becomes prison. When every mistake feels like failure, when every day feels like a race that you can never win. We are told to chase success, but we were never taught how to cope when the chase consumes us. And with that, mental health shatters and identities blur. Because when measurement replaces meaning, we begin to measure humanity itself. But measurement isn't the enemy, right? Because to measure is to understand, to improve, and to grow. The problem lies not in the act of measuring, but in what we choose to measure and why. So, we must learn how to measure wisely, to be critical of what we count, and to be compassionate with what we can't. In classrooms, that means recognizing growth, not just perfection. In workplaces, it means effort. And in our lives, it means giving ourselves permission to rest, to fail, and to simply be without constantly proving that we deserve to exist. Because change begins when we stop defining ourselves by numbers and start defining ourselves by values. If we could shift our focus even slightly toward the things that can be tallied, the change would speak in ways numbers never could. Worth would be defined by the sincerity of one's heart. When everything else fades, we will be remembered for far more than the numbers that once defined us. The grades that made us cry, the rankings that made us doubt ourselves, they will fade. But the kindness we gave, the courage we found, the lives we touched, those will last. Because what truly shapes a life are the very things that no system was ever built to measure. So, the next time you see a grade, a number, or a reflection in the mirror, remember this. You are not a statistic. You are not your GPA, your salary, or your weight. You are a living human, full of flaws, dreams, and moments that no number can ever define. You are messy, emotional, and evolving. And that is not something to fix. That is what makes you human. And to be human is to exceed what numbers can hold. Now, cut the tape. Define yourself. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mori. Now, we will have a question and answer session. Mr. Eboshi, please.
Okay, good afternoon, Mori-san.
Good afternoon.
Okay, how do you feel right now?
Quite nervous.
But you finally did your job. Okay, very good.
Thank you.
Okay, so my first question's a little bit difficult to answer. Like speech contests, like Todai High or any other speech contest, the judges always decide rank and measure each speaker's speech and score them. What do you think about this system?
Okay, well, everybody knows that our society has always been this way, competition-based, always depending on numbers. But the thing that is wrong is that we start to forget how to separate our identity from evaluation. And this is where the conflict starts and everyone forgets who they really are. Thank you.
All right, so next question. How can educators or workplaces shift their focus from numbers to values?
Okay, for education, I feel that it would be best if we start to focus on feedbacks, for example, not just the output, which are the grades. And for workplaces, we must also recognize the effort or growth over time. Yeah, thank you.
All right. Next question. What advice would you give to someone struggling with the pressure to measure up?
Okay, the message that I would give is to start reflecting on what does it really mean to be human? Because I believe that measuring alone should not be someone's worth. We should start to think about it deeply and not just look at someone through the lens of numbers. Thank you.
Right. Hopefully, the last question. If you could change one thing about how society evaluates people, what would it be and why?
Well, the only thing that I would want to change is how we interpret things. Numbers are still very much important in our society because it is very good to quantify data. However, the way people see it is something that's not, I would say, fair, because numbers only show the output of something, but it doesn't show the full story or the background behind it. Just like my speech, although I am graded, my speech is graded, my answers are graded. However, it cannot capture the full reason on why I want to convey my message. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Time is up. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eboshi and Ms. Ishii. Please go back to your seats. Now, we'll have the judging time.
Let us welcome the fourth speaker of the contest, Ms. Mario Daniel. Her speech title is A Perfect Failure. A Perfect Failure. So, Ms. O'Daniel, would you come up to the stage?
Sure. Thank you, Master of the Ceremony, honorable judges, and audience. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Failure. Not getting what you worked for. Not reaching what you dreamed of. That taste of disappointment is bitter, isn't it? I know that taste well, and last year, I faced a failure I will never forget. My school doesn't have a shigaku ryoko, a school trip with all the senior students that marks the last chapter of high school. Can you imagine graduating without it? I couldn't. So I thought, if we don't have it, I'll make it happen. That was the beginning of my 11-month challenge to plan our school trip. I sat down with teachers again and again, trying to answer every concern. I collaborated with the travel agency on budgets and explained the plan to parents. I sent out many Google forms, checked late-night replies, and tried to listen to every voice. Step by step, I shaped the plan. At last, it was ready to present. After 11 months, the day finally came. I stood before the principal and teachers, my heart full of hope. But when their answer came, just one word: no. Everything I had worked for was gone. My mind went blank. I failed. It was devastating. I felt I had let down my classmates and myself. 4 days, I didn't know what to do. I felt defeated. But then, I began to realize something. I still wanted this trip to happen. So I searched desperately for another way, pushing my imagination further than before. With nothing left but my determination, I made a fresh start and came up with a new plan. It wasn't Kyoto or Okinawa as a typical Shugaku Ryoko would have been, but a one-night stay on our campus. Many challenges still stood in the way, but in the end, I finally made it happen last July. Looking back, I felt hopeless. But later, I saw the moment for what it truly was: a single passing point. What finally came together was far from the ideal I once imagined. Even so, turning that first failure into success gave me real confidence and a deep, unforgettable sense of accomplishment. It became one of the most meaningful lessons in my 17 years, not only because I learned something from failure, but because I endured, rebuilt, and grew stronger through it. In education, there's a term for this: productive failure. It means that struggling and failing first can lead to deeper, more lasting learning. And persevering after failure taught me 2 essential strengths: grit, the power to keep going no matter how hard it gets, and resilience, the strength to rise each time we fall. They are the forces that carry us through life. Life doesn't always go the way we plan. And when it doesn't, we face the same question: do we treat it as the end when it doesn't have to be? That is why grit and resilience matter. People with these strengths know that when they stumble, when their plans don't work out, it doesn't have to be the end. So, how do we build these strengths? Do we learn them from textbooks? Or are they taught to us? When I reflect on my own journey, the answer becomes clear. They are built through experience. But in schools today, we are given little chance to develop these strengths. We devote years to preparing for one decisive result. an entrance exam, a final grade, a single milestone. And when that moment comes, it is judged simply as success or failure, with no sense that failure could be part of the learning process. So, what do you think happens when we grow up in that kind of system? When young people enter society without ever building these strengths, failure often feels like an ending. And when that happens, the courage to try again fades away. We see it around us. Students who stop going to school, who shut themselves away, who lose their sense of purpose. And for some, it leads to something far worse. Both a Cabinet Office survey and a recent OECD study shows that many Japanese high school students avoid new challenges for fear of failure. Without chances to turn failure into learning, failure stays as just that, and it turns challenges into threats. That is why I want to say this clearly. Failure is not permanent. It's a passing stage we can rise from. And the truth is, failure is not optional. Failure will come to all of us. And we can't see how the pieces of failure fit together while we are living through them. But when we look back, those pieces reveal the path that was always taking shape. That path is built on many failures along the way. We have to trust that every failure is a step towards the future we can't yet see. Because success is not something achieved in one try. It is a masterpiece shaped by layers of failure. As Albert Einstein said, failure is success in progress. We all fail, we all fall, but we must be willing to stand up again with the lessons learned. That is how we keep moving forward. Not the trip I first imagined, but the night I will never forget. Not the end of a dream, but the beginning of a new journey. A perfect failure. A passage into what comes next. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Daniel. Now we'll have a question and answer session. Mr. Iboshi, please.
Okay, good afternoon, Mari-san.
Good afternoon.
How do you feel right now?
Relieved that I finished my speech.
Okay, but you finally did your great job, and I really like your enthusiasm.
Thank you.
Okay, so my first question, why do you think your teachers rejected your plan?
So there was multiple reasons that my plans got rejected. The first reason was about the budgets. The budgets were too high for the parents to pay or for students to go. And the second thing was that for teachers to go take a day off and take us to somewhere besides around the school, it has a lot of paperwork to do, or they have to pay extra money to the teachers. So I think those caused why my plan was rejected.
Okay, so looking back then, would you change anything about how you handled the situation?
Yes, I think I would, because that is what I learned from failure. And I would change about how we would plan things, how we would see things in a way that teachers would see, not just what we wanted to do, but what is realistic and what is not realistic.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so listening to your speech, it's very important to have grit and resilience. So in what ways do you think schools can better support students in building grit and resilience?
I think they need opportunity to, for example, work on projects like I did. For example, the trip was a big project that I worked on. And that builds grit. Grit is built through sticking on to a long-term goal even when it's hard. And I think
hard projects or difficult projects would train students to train grit, and letting them, even if it's not successful, if it's a failure, letting them try again and giving them another chance would help them build the strength, build resilience.
Okay, thank you. Although your dream would not necessarily be realized as you imagined, but you finally did a one-night stay in school. So how was your reaction? What was your reaction of teachers and friends or classmates?
So when I told them that the plan was rejected, we can't go to Kyoto, they were like, I don't want to go anymore. I don't think that one night stay is enough and it's not gonna be fun. But I tried, and of course the teachers were supportive of my decision to continue on making the trip happen. But students, my classmates were not as happy and they were disappointed in me that I couldn't make the trip happen. But as I approached them and listened to their opinions and figured out what they wanted to do and what would make them happy, I think that made my trip a success.
Okay, time is up. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Igoshi and Ms. Odenio. Now we'll have the judging time. Now that all the speakers in the first session have delivered their speeches, the distinguished judges will leave this auditorium. Please stand up and give them a big round of applause. Now the speakers will leave the auditorium. Please give them a big round of applause. Please be seated.
Now, the first session is over. Now, we'll have an intermission. The second session will start at 1:15 p.m. So, please be seated by 1:10. 1:10. Please exit the auditorium from the door on the right. Thank you. これにて第1部を終了いたします。第2部は1時15分に開始いたしますので、1時10分までにはご着席ください。ご退場はステージに向かって右側の扉からお願いいたします。
状態で入れて、つけないままでこれだけつけてなんか入れといてなんか待ってたら、タイトルですってなった時点でつけてあげたらいいかな。
Hello everyone. The second session will begin at 1:15. Please make sure to be seated by 1:10. 1:10.
第2部は1時15分より開始いたします。皆様、1時10分までにご着席いただきますようお願い申し上げます。
ここね。あ、OK。
The second session of the contest will begin in 5 minutes, so we request you to please be seated. Thank you.
ここで協賛企業のご紹介をさせていただきます。株式会社アカデミアクロス様、以下企業紹介といただいた応援メッセージを読み上げます。アカデミアクロスは東大教授の超未来予測という YouTube 番組や出版、イベントを通じてアカデミアの地を社会とつなげ、新時代の教養を発信する日本最大級のアカデミアプラットフォームです。先日、藤井輝夫東大総長にも動画にご出演いただき、累計再生回数は1100万回を突破いたしました。書籍版東大教授の超未来予測は昨年秋に発刊し重版となり、東大で一番読まれたビジネス書になりました。アカデミアクロスの主催である経済キャスターの竹口ゆりな様は東大 ESS 出身であり、現役時代は東大杯に司会として参加しておりました。パブリックスピーキングの力の重要度は年々増していると感じています。東大杯から将来世界を変えるような才能が見出されますように。アカデミアクロスは東大杯を応援しています。ご協賛誠にありがとうございます。この他にも多数の企業、公共機関からご協賛、ご講演いただいております。誠にありがとうございます。第2部は間もなく始まります。開始までもう少々お待ちください。May I have your attention, please? Now, we'd like to start the second session of the contest. First, the speakers will enter into this auditorium. Please stand up and welcome them again with a big round of applause. Next, the distinguished judges will enter the auditorium. Please give them a big round of applause. Please be seated.
Let us welcome the fifth speaker of the contest, Mr. Yuya Kubota. His speech title is Security Neko-kun. Security Neko-kun. So, Mr. Kubota, would you come up to the stage?
A little bit more here. Okay. Perfect. Thank you very much, Mr. and Ms. Contest Chair, distinguished judges, my fellow friends. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. First, before we get to the main topic, let me introduce our special guest. This stuffed cat is the one that my wife Maria gave me as a Christmas gift 10 years ago, and I named him Neko-kun. And for the past 10 years, I've loved him so much. And every night on a queen-size bed, my wife and I and Neko-kun sleep together. When I'm feeling down, he comforts me with his fluffy paw. And when I'm happy, I feel like he's smiling with me. When my wife is out and I'm home alone, although I'm not fighting burglars like Kevin in Home Alone, we enjoy a nightcap together. We even go on trips together. Of course, my wife is my best partner, but Neko-kun is my best pal. Okay, I've spent a minute talking about how much I love Neko-kun, and what do you think? If you find my talk heartwarming, that's great. But maybe some people here thinking, oh, that 32-year-old man is really into a stuffed toy. So weird. In psychology, yes, the term security blanket is well known, and there are related phrases like imaginary friend and personified object, and these are sometimes regarded in a negative way as expressions of dependency, addiction, or immaturity. But what's wrong with it? As human beings, we all have emotions. As we grow older, we all have more challenges, more struggles, and more responsibilities. So isn't it completely natural for us to seek comfort through being in touch with things we like, to want to overcome our feelings of insecurity and feel relaxed? In that sense, Neko-kun is my security blanket, my security Neko-kun. Of course, there are some who suffer from serious disorders, such as dissociative disorder, where medical treatment will become necessary. But if you have someone who will always accept you, even if it's just inside your mind, it could even save your life as a safety net. Facing my weaknesses when talking to Neko-kun, I asked myself, am I being truly supportive of other people in the real world, just like Neko-kun is with me? As a result, I began to ask my junior colleagues whether there's anything they're struggling with. And when they reach out for advice, I listen to them and share my thoughts. They say, oh, thank you for your great advice. But they don't seem to be fully convinced. Lying in bed, with Neko-kun by my side, I wondered why I was able to open myself up to Neko-kun. I felt that Neko-kun was such an amusing guy. He lives just the way he is. And for me, talking with Neko-kun was similar to a process of Zen questions, Zen mondo, and inner dialogue. What I realized is that when my junior colleagues talk to me, I'm their senior, so I always want to be seen as right, to be seen as great, and to give appropriate advice to them. One day, one of my junior colleagues came to me and said, I always worry about every single word my boss says to me. I have no idea how I can keep going with my job. First, I started with some appropriate advice, the usual stuff. But halfway through, I hit upon a much better idea. Hey, let's go out for a drink, I suggested. You know what? I also used to worry about my boss's temper. I drank a lot after getting scolded, and when I woke up, I found I'd already traveled all the way around the Yamanote line 3 times. But later then I felt more like, why should I care so much about him? I was finally able to change my mindset regarding him. I have to admit that I felt uncomfortable revealing my own weakness. But then I remembered my security, Neko-kun. He made me listen to my junior colleague more empathetically, sharing my own experiences, even my failures, and when I did that, the feeling between us became closer. He said, "It's surprising to hear that Kubota-san made such a mistake." And to tell you the truth, that night, I ended up oversleeping on the train once again. No matter whether it's at the office or in school or wherever we are, when we interact with other people, we often feel like we are being evaluated by them. That makes us feel we need to be right, we need to be strong. But ironically, what really adds value to a person is his or her imperfections. Just like me, everyone has their own worries and weaknesses inside. I'm sure my junior was relieved to realize that even his seniors make mistakes. Indeed, psychologist Dr. Deborah Mashik pointed out in her study in 2021 that appropriate self-disclosure creates closeness and trust. None of us is born perfect. And what this security Neko-kun reminds us of the importance of accepting weaknesses in yourself and others. And furthermore, sharing those worries and turning them into a source of connection. Nowadays, in this online world, where face-to-face personal connections are becoming weaker and weaker, perhaps we need someone to accept the worries and weaknesses inside that we find it difficult to handle on our own. Ladies and gentlemen, of course it's great if you could be of help to others. But at the same time, I hope those other people will also be your help when necessary, as well as you trying to help yourself in such cases. We are all unique and weak. Let's accept our own weaknesses, and by doing so, we could be strong enough to share them. And the very first step for you is to try to find your own security Neko-kun. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Mr. Kubota. Now we'll have a question and answer session. Mr. Iboshi, please.
Okay, good afternoon, Kubota-san.
Hi, Ebo-san.
Very nice to see you again. And also hello to your security Neko-kun.
Hi.
Okay, how do you feel right now?
I feel very confident. I feel very happy to be back on this stage. Thank you so much.
Excellent. Okay, so my first question. What advice would you give to someone who feels embarrassed about relying on a security blanket?
So you feel like you're not really into kind of stuffed toy?
Exactly.
Okay, then my answer would be, my best preference would be the stuffed toy, but it could be anything else. So let me answer to this question by using two supporting materials. Number one is about the nuigurumi therapy. This method is actually carried out by Kazutaka Iba. He's a psychologist, and he made a nuigurumi therapy. So that's why I recommend the stuffed toy. And by doing so, of course, if you give him a hug, you will feel like oxytocin would be produced, and you will feel relaxed. And furthermore, when you talk to Neko-kun, or when you talk to your security stuffed toy, you're actually talking to him, but actually it's the process of like Zen questions, inner dialogue. You're actually talking to yourself, and the organizer says that it's going to be helpful in terms of organizing your mindsets. And the second one is about it could be okay by anything else. For example, if you're feeling like not really into stuffed toy, then find about your cats and dogs. It's okay about your families and friends, and even more, it's okay with flowers. It's okay, as far as you could feel relaxed. And there are some supporting materials, And actually, according to Dr. Kristen Neff, she's an associate professor of Texas University. She's a psychologist, and says that having a feeling of supporting team would be effective in decreasing depression and even more preventing suicide.
All right, so what about confessing worries to generative artificial intelligence? Because many people are input prompt about their worries and ChatGPT or other generative AI responds to them. So what about this trend?
That's absolutely okay, as far as you could be relaxed. So I'm just echoing what I've already answered. So it's okay with flowers, it's okay with AI. And let me talk about the concept here about my speech. I intentionally didn't mention this phrase in my speech, but it is about vulnerability. I want you to, it's about the fragileness or weakness in the direct meaning, but in the field of psychology, it's very interesting, but it means the strength of being able to show off your accepting and showing off your own weakness.
All right, hopefully the last question. Do you think sharing personal failures can strengthen relationships in the workplace? Why or why not?
Yes, I do think so. And also, I would like to use some studies to support my opinion. Actually, I said about the Dr. Deborah Mashik's studies. She's a psychologist. And it's very interesting that even in workplace or even in anywhere else, disclosure really matters. And there are two patterns of disclosures. One is about the factual disclosure, and it really works. And the second one is about emotional disclosure, and it works much more. For example, like if I say about the factual disclosure, oh, my computer was broken. This is a fact. And you would say, oh, that's too bad. But the emotional part, when you say things like that, and the paper I've done last night is all gone. And you feel like, oh dear, that's too bad. You feel more empathy in this kind of thing. So even in workplace or even in households, in schools, anywhere is fine. Use this kind of factual disclosure and, if possible, emotional disclosure at the same time.
All right, time is up. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Eboshi and Mr. Kubota. Please go back to your seat.
Oh, and don't forget, thank you, Mr. Nekoke. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much. Now we'll have a judging time. Now let us welcome the sixth speaker of the contest, Ms. Real Cattle. Her speech title is Building a Home for Every Voice. Building a Home for Every Voice. So, Ms. Cattle, would you come up to the stage?
Good afternoon, everyone. Also, as I like to say, hola, amigos. The bright yellow Tex-Mex food truck is parked outside a small hotel in Tokyo. Across its side, hand-painted tacos dance in the sunlight. The Hispanic driver promises the best breakfast burrito in Japan. I point to the salsa verde and say, yo quiero más. The driver freezes for a second, then breaks into a wide grin. For the next 15 minutes, we debated the art of Tex-Mex food in a mix of Japanese and Spanish. That simple exchange of sharing food and culture captures the future I imagine for Japan, a society where understanding transcends borders, where every child feels supported, a country where every voice has a home. According to Japan's Ministry of Justice, the number of foreign residents reached a record high in 2025. Among them, about 139,000 foreign children are enrolled in schools, the highest number in Japan's history. In just a few decades, classrooms where Japanese and foreign children learn together will become the everyday norm. This summer, I visited the Okayama Prefecture office to explore how foreign children are supported. Officials there welcomed me warmly and explained that multicultural coexistence has become a major goal for Okayama. Various support systems, such as Japanese language courses at the Kurashiki International Exchange Center, have been established. Even so, serious issues remain. Due to funding shortages, Japanese language classrooms have not been set up in rural areas like Kibicho town. This forces some children to travel as far as Hiroshima to receive support. Imagine being 8 years old and having to commute to an entirely different prefecture just to learn the language spoken in your classroom. Foreign children are falling behind academically and socially. They're losing the confidence to raise their hands in class, to approach their friends during recess. It is urgent that we establish sustainable language support systems in Japan. I want to be one of the people who do that through policy design. For when I look at these children, I don't see foreign students. I see future scientists, teachers, engineers, future neighbors, and friends. Furthermore, this demographic shift presents an extraordinary opportunity. Diversity enriches our classrooms with new languages, ideas, and perspectives. If foreign children can learn, grow, and work, they will become the driving force that strengthens Japan's economy and status in the international world. The question then is, what kind of reform is needed to change the language education landscape? To answer that, I will share 3 policy ideas for Japan's future schools. First, we must strengthen the Japanese language support system. Today, many teachers stay late after school to tutor foreign children. This not only burdens teachers, but also restricts the after-school time of foreign children who should be spending time with friends and family. I want to spread Japanese language teacher training courses nationwide by hosting regional workshops and creating an online library filled with books on teaching. Training would be accessible. Second, Japan should establish JSL, Japanese as a second language classrooms within schools. JSL classrooms would not be separate institutions, but integrated programs. Students would spend a few hours each day receiving language training, then join regular classes with their peers. This dual approach balances linguistic development with social inclusion. In addition, this reform can be achieved without new infrastructure, ensuring financial efficiency. Third, we must bring in Japanese youth to mentor foreign children. High school and university students would serve as JSL classroom assistants or language buddies. Youth volunteers could support foreign students while earning service credits. These mentors would also help reduce language teacher shortages, especially in rural areas. Each mentor will be matched with a child based on factors like cultural background, Japanese proficiency level, and character to ensure personalized support. These 3 initiatives can first be implemented in pilot schools in Tokyo. From there, growth outcomes will be analyzed to refine each policy. Findings will be shared with nearby institutions to guide gradual expansion. What can I do now to accomplish this work? What is my first step? For me, it was at my high school in the United States where I founded a club called Women of the World, or WOW. Our mission is to support immigrant girls, specifically those in elementary and junior high school. About 60% of our high school club members also come from immigrant families, making our work relatable to many. Our work has 2 main components: academic support and career mentorship. Twice a week, we help students with writing and foundational skills. According to our survey, student satisfaction with everyday life rose by 67% after receiving academic support. For career mentorship, we host workshops inviting immigrant female leaders as keynote speakers. One of my most memorable events was when we invited Mrs. Lee, the owner of a local boutique in Houston. During our Q&A session, one student asked how she was able to grow into a successful businesswoman. I could tell you my marketing secrets, but, she spoke, resilience matters most. Stay brave. Believe in yourself. March forward. Emily, a junior aspiring to open her own animal hospital, later reflected, I'll remember Mrs. Lee's words when things get tough. Similar sentiments followed. Students opened up. My heart cheered. Recently, a local business, 7 Brew Coffee, became our sponsor, and we have been able to give gifts to our speakers. A high school about 20 minutes away from mine has also resonated with WOW schools and started a club that supports immigrant girls in their area. Standing here today, I picture that food truck 30 years from now. A long line stretches down a street in Tokyo. Customers point to the menu, asking for extra spicy salsa on their burritos. The owner's son, no older than the high school student here in front of me today, switches effortlessly between Japanese and Spanish as he helps his father take orders. With every burrito handed out, they smile and say, arigato and gracias. My goal for the future is simple: to design language support systems that give every foreign child in Japan an opportunity for growth, a home for every voice. To realize the ideas proposed in this speech, I will continue to grow alongside my students, study education, and eventually work as a policy designer at an education-focused think tank. I am committed to helping create a more inclusive, connected, and hopeful future for Japan. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Kato. Now we have a question and answer session. So, Mr. Iboshi, please.
Okay, good afternoon, Kato-san.
Good afternoon.
Okay, thank you very much for your enthusiastic speech. And how do you feel right now?
I felt a bit nervous at first, but I hope the audience enjoyed my speech. And I would also like to give thanks to all the people who have come together to put on this contest.
Okay, very good. Okay, so first question is, you suggested 3 major things to tackle with the issues you have. So my first question is, who implement your 3 plans, namely Japanese, JSL classroom, etc.?
Actually, the Ministry of Education has already suggested a JSL curriculum, but nationwide implementation remains insufficient. So I actually hope to study education policy in college as well as graduate school and work as a policy designer to actually implement these programs. And I hope through this speech contest, maybe you guys will also join me in this work.
Okay, next question. About the Japanese language supporter system. Okay, how do you envision the Japanese language supporter system improving the lives of foreign students?
I think that one of the main issues that is occurring right now is that these children are not receiving support, but also that many of these children are getting placed in special need classrooms, which is depriving special need kids as well as these foreign immigrants of support. So if we are able to actually grow these Japanese teachers and place them in classrooms all over the nation, students will actually feel secure and supported in that environment that leads them to become future leaders of tomorrow.
Okay, very good. Okay, next question. What role do you think diversity plays in strengthening Japan's society and economy?
Okay, of course, thank you for your question. So right now, I would like to give some data. So first, every dollar that is invested in a child actually comes back as a $7 to $12 return. And also within the year of 2023 to 2024, although foreign workers have only come up with 3% of the overall working population, they have contributed to 50% of economic growth. So I would like to ask of you to think of this JSL curriculum not as a charity, but rather as a long-term investment. In the future, they will become the leaders, the engineers, the teachers that will support Japan.
Okay. Hopefully the last question. What steps can policymakers take to ensure language support reaches rural areas?
I was actually thinking of that question a lot as well in recent days. I think one of the things that is very important, something I learned through Women of the World, or WOW as well, is that especially in rural areas, it is important for policymakers to actually go out there in the educational field and talk to these immigrant children, parents, and teachers. I think only then we will actually see what kind of issues is occurring in these small villages or towns and grasp the needs that will actually support the community.
Okay, time is up. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ibushi and Ms. Kako. Now we'll have a judging time.
Now, let us welcome the seventh speaker of the contest, Miss Aiki Shirakawa. Her speech title is The Invisible Smoking Room. The Invisible Smoking Room. So, Miss Shirakawa, would you come up to the stage?
Sure. Thank you, the Master of Ceremony, Timekeeper, and distinguished judges. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you. Excuse me, but did you smoke? Can you ask that to a stranger sitting next to you? Most people likely cannot. That's because it sounds like you stink, which might lead to unnecessary conflict. It's a hard thing to say to anyone, even if you know them well. That's why most people tend to put up with the unpleasant smell of cigarettes and keep quiet. I was the same. However, recently, through my own experience, I've come to realize that something important is missing from our society. What is it? A few years ago, I was on a Shinkansen bound for Kobe to participate in a singing contest. The passenger next to me began rocking his leg nervously and left his seat. But 15 minutes later, he returned, his body reeking of cigarette smoke. I felt sick. I have asthma and cannot tolerate smoke, so I had paid the extra fee early to reserve a seat farthest from the smoking room. I was confused. How did this happen? I was by the window feeling completely trapped in an invisible smoking room due to his smoky breath and the smell clinging to his clothes. It was nothing short of torture. How was he then? He was just relaxing and enjoying watching videos on his smartphone. Similar situations may be happening around you, even on campus. Aren't there students who smoke right up until class, then rush in and sit next to you without hesitation? They believe that as long as they follow the rule to smoke only in designated areas, non-smokers have no grounds to complain. But why do they think that? And why do non-smokers stay silent? One day, I happened to find a clue on a warning notice in the elevator lobby of my apartment. It read, "Please refrain from smoking on balconies as the smell is affecting other residents' laundry." After seeing the notice several times, I became curious and started researching whether smoking on balconies was illegal. That's when I came across the concept of third-hand smoke. Have you ever heard of it? Third-hand smoke refers to the toxic particles that linger on a smoker's hair, clothing, and indoor surfaces long after the visible smoke is gone. Studies show that smokers exhale harmful substances for at least 45 minutes after smoking. When others inhale these residual toxins, they can experience health problems either immediately or later on. Suddenly, I remembered the night I arrived in Kobe. I had an asthma attack for the first time in years. Perhaps it was caused by third-hand smoke. Apparently, third-hand smoke is a well-known concept in many developed countries, but why hasn't it taken root in Japan? While second-hand smoke is being addressed everywhere, third-hand smoke is rarely discussed, and the concept is severely missing from our society. That's likely why that passenger on the Shinkansen and those students could sit next to non-smokers without hesitation. Even non-smokers who want to speak up often don't know where to start. In March 2024, 6 months after I decided never to reserve a seat on the Shinkansen again, the Tokaido Shinkansen abolished its smoking rooms. I was thrilled to hear the news. But in that interview, a middle-aged man said, "It's so sad, but there's still smoking areas on the platform. Well, I'll be okay since I can smoke just before boarding. You should know that Japan is globally lagging behind in smoking prevention movements. In 2004, Ireland became the first country to introduce a nationwide smoking ban, and many others followed. They recognized that protecting public health from passive smoke is more important than the convenience of smokers. In 2023, New Zealand attempted to pass a law banning smoking for the younger generation. Although the legislation ultimately failed, it sent a powerful message to the world. It's now 2026. Even though the world has been moving away from smoking for more than 20 years, Japan still clings to the idea of separating smokers and non-smokers instead of aiming for a total ban. The idea of separating smokers may sound reasonable at first, but the concept is vague and has many hidden issues. For example, isn't it strange that non-smokers are often required to clean smoking rooms in cafes or restaurants? It's said separate smoking has changed from a matter of manners to a rule. But what difference does it make if the victims continue to suffer? When I was trapped in the invisible smoking room on the Shinkansen, why did I stay silent? It was because neither I nor that passenger knew about the concept of third-hand smoke. But now, I can't stay silent anymore. In fact, the opening question of the speech, "Excuse me, but did you smoke?" was actually the one I asked the senior speaker assistant sitting next to me while waiting in line at a speech contest. It was not easy to say that, but he casually replied, "Oh, you noticed. I forgot to charge my e-cigarette today. The paper ones stink." I just said, "Did you know I'm about to give a speech about third-hand smoke?" and walked onto the stage. After hearing he returned to the smoking room right after my speech, I felt powerless. But later, I learned he had looked up third-hand smoke while inside. A few weeks later, he said that though his habits haven't changed much, he sometimes thinks about it while smoking. In his words, I saw a spark of hope because I knew I had succeeded in planting the concept in his mind. So smoker or non-smoker, let's take time to research and understand the third-hand smoke correctly today. Share it on social media and discuss it with your friends and family. Your actions will change people's awareness. We should aim for a society without not only visible smoke, but also invisible smoke, so that nobody would be trapped in the invisible smoking room anymore. Thank you.
Ms. Shirakawa. Now we will have the question and answer session. Mr. Eboshi, please.
Okay, good afternoon, Shirakawa-san.
Good afternoon.
Okay, nice to see you again.
Nice to
Okay,
see you.
how do you feel right now?
I'm actually a little sick, but peachy.
But you finally did your great job. Okay.
Thank you.
So my first question, could you please explain the difference between second-hand smoke and third-hand smoke? Because I couldn't clarify the difference between them.
So secondhand smoke is basically the smoke that comes out of the cigarette itself. And this is proven to have so many health hazards publicly, and I think most of the world knows about this already. Third-hand smoke, on the other hand, refers to the smell that clings onto our clothes or hair, like after the smoker has come out of the smoking room. This is not as known as secondhand smoke, but also has a lot of harmful effects.
Okay, I could understand. So, why do you think the concept of third-hand smoke is not widely recognized in Japan?
I think one of the biggest reasons is that in Japan, the media, like television, radio, they didn't cancel the advertisements in Japan about tobacco for a really long time. Even now, sometimes when you scroll on the internet, they will ask you if you're above 20, and if you say yes, you will get advertisements about e-cigarettes. In other countries, they've already stopped this completely, and I think that Japan is rather lenient towards smokers. They don't really get rid of the smoking rooms. I think that is the reason.
Right, so next question is about Japanese policy. So what changes would you like to see in Japan's smoking policies?
I would like the Japanese government to implement a new package designing for the cigarettes. In other countries, for example, South Korea and Australia and other countries, they usually have a huge picture on the cigarette package showing lung cancer and the issues in the throat after smoking, and they also show the effects properly, even on the cigarette itself. In Japan, it only has a blank packaging with minimum writings and warnings about smoking itself. So I would really like the Japanese government to enforce that.
Why do you think Japanese policymakers are so negative to change the laws of smoking? Like, they don't do like other countries.
So one of the biggest reasons, I think, is because in Japan, there's no cooperation between the different ministries. For example, the Ministry of Health, Labor and Welfare actively promotes third-hand smoke on their website, while the Ministry of Finance is actively calculating the profits that are gained from tobacco sales. And also, the Ministry of Finance is the largest stakeholder of the Japan tobacco industry in Japan. They hold 1/3 of it, and I think that is the reason why they're not lenient to changes.
All right, time is up. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eboshi and Ms. Shirakawa. Please go back to your seats. Now, we will have judging time.
The 8th speaker, Mr. Akira Tateishi, was expected to deliver his speech under the title of You Could Become the One. Unfortunately, he was unable to come today.
So, let us welcome the 9th speaker of the contest, Mr. Sota Todokoro. His speech title is The Power of Small Voices in a Silent Generation. The Power of Small Voices in a Silent Generation. So, Mr. Todokoro, would you come up to stage?
Thank you, Master of Ceremony, distinguished judges, audiences, and fellow speakers. Good afternoon. A few years ago, I started a YouTube channel and uploaded a simple video about Japanese life. Nothing special, just everyday scenes. A crowded train, cherry blossoms in spring, quiet streets after school, simple moments like these. And I didn't expect anyone to care. But a few days later, comments started appearing. From America, from France, from India. They said things like, I never knew Japan was like this, or thank you for showing your world. Now, I have over 100,000 subscribers on YouTube and millions of views across platforms. But how did this happen? I was just a teenager with a phone and a cheap camera. Yet somehow, my voice had crossed oceans. This was the first time I realized something. Even a small voice can matter. Even a whisper can slip past borders we didn't know we could cross. But while people abroad were listening to me, I started noticing something strange at home. Here in Japan, my generation, the youth, was going silent. We live in one of the safest, most advanced countries in the world, Japan. We have comfort, stability, and convenience. And yet behind all that, something inside us is fading. Today, over 1.46 million people in Japan live as hikikomori, completely withdrawn from society. That's more than the population of some cities. Among those in their 20s, nearly 1 in 10 say they rarely leave home. When it comes to politics, only 36% of young voters participated in our last national election, one of the lowest rates in the developed world. These aren't just numbers, they're symptoms. We are slowly losing our connection to society and to ourselves. It's as if our generation is disappearing in silence. And in that silence, something even deeper is being lost, our identity. We are forgetting who we are, not as individuals, but as a people. We are living through a transformation unlike anything before. Technology is rewriting how we communicate. Globalization is blurring cultural lines, and artificial intelligence is changing what it means to be human. In the middle of all that change, Japan risks losing its future, not because someone might take it away, but because we might stop defending it. We are the generation standing at the edge of this transformation, and maybe we are the last hope to protect what truly makes us Japanese. Now, the values that shaped Japan for generations, respect, humility, community, are fading into the background of a society that now runs on efficiency, competition, and isolation. Our grandparents built this country from ashes. They worked not for themselves, but for the future. They believed in something much larger and greater, in the spirit of togetherness that rebuilt Japan after tragedy. But now, many of us have never felt that kind of connection. We live in comfort, but without purpose. We are connected inside. We are connected online, but disconnected inside. But it's somewhere along the way, silence became easier than expression. Obedience became safer than opinion. And the result is a generation that feels lost, not because it lacks talent or intelligence, but because it no longer knows why it exists.
It's easy to blame schools, society, or social media, but I think the problem runs deeper than that. We grew up in a system that valued perfection over curiosity. We were taught how to fit in, not how to stand out. We learned to memorize, not how to question. And the message we quietly absorbed was this: your thoughts don't matter as much as your results. That kind of mindset not only creates silence, it creates emptiness. A life where you can achieve everything, yet still feel nothing. For a long time, I felt this way too. I used to think, why speak? Who would listen? But when I began creating videos about Japan, something shifted. I started speaking, awkwardly, nervously, and people responded, not because I was making the best videos, but because they were real. When someone from a different country wrote, "Your perspective matters," I realized maybe it always had. Through those interactions, I discovered something I had never realized in school: that expression isn't arrogance, it's connection. Ironically, it was through showing Japan to the world that I started to understand Japan myself. The kindness hidden in a bow, the quiet strength in doing your best, the beauty in patience, respect, and harmony. These weren't just traditions, they were the core of who we are, and yet we are the generation standing at the edge of forgetting them. We are completely forgetting who we are. And this, I used to think my videos were just about Japan, but now I realize that they're about something much larger. About reminding my generation that even the smallest voice can protect something worth saving. That even one person can stand up against the silence. That even a whisper, when echoed by others, can rise into something that changes a nation. We are the generation standing between what Japan was and what it will become. And if we can find our voices again, not to shout, but to speak with purpose, then maybe, just maybe, we can guide this country toward a future that is both new and true to who we are. Because in the end, the strength of Japan was never in its silence. It was in the quiet voices that refused to disappear. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Todokoro. Now we will have the question and answer session. Mr. Eboshi, please.
Okay, good afternoon, Todokoro-san.
Hello.
Okay, how do you feel right now?
Nervous, but I think I was able to convey what I wanted to say.
Okay, that's very good.
Yeah.
Okay, my first question. Would you please clarify your main message? Do you simply want younger generation to raise their voices?
Yes, yeah, that's the main point.
All right. So you mentioned that many young people in Japan are becoming silent.
Yes.
So why do you think that this is happening?
I think that, of course, there are factors that we have to consider. For example, the coronavirus, and during that period, many people were disconnected, only connected online. But that combined with like our tradition of being, keeping to ourselves and not showing our opinion too much in a way that like it might be disrespectful, and we are like too subtle in like how we present ourselves or how we express ourselves. So I think that those values combined with like new cultural, new norms like technology and what we have online is what created this silence.
So what do you think is the first step to breaking that silence?
I think that the first thing that we have to remember is that this society that we live in and the freedom that we have isn't free, that the people of our past generations have worked for this freedom, and that we worked so that we can have this society where we can live comfortably, and that we have to respect that and we have to carry that voice forward.
How can schools and families support young people in finding and using their voices?
I think that in today's education system, we clearly don't have mechanisms to give students the proper mechanisms to have them express themselves well. So I think the first thing would be to give them more opportunities to express themselves and also realize other perspectives and other worlds, because, for example, in countries like the US or like other countries, I wouldn't say it's perfect, but I believe that the youth is expressing themselves more and they care more about society.
Okay, hopefully the last question. If you could give one message to your generation about the future of Japan, what it would be?
Okay, so we are the generation that grew up with the internet and its conveniences, but at the same time, we have had our struggles. For example, the coronavirus that I have given, but also like with the conveniences comes the downsides of technology. And we have to learn that there is only one real world and there is only one Japan. You might be connected online, but you're not connected in real life. We have to realize that these real life interactions actually matter, and that's what shaped our country to begin with. So we have to remember the core values of this country.
Okay, time is up. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eboshi and Mr. Todokoro. Now we will have the judging time.
Let us welcome the 10th and final speaker of the contest, Mr. Shinosuke Chiba. His speech title is, I Found My Sound, the voice to rejoice with. I found my sound, the voice to rejoice with. So, Mr. Chiba, would you come out to the stage?
Thank you, the Master of Ceremony, distinguished judges, and all audiences. Thank you for coming to the 20th Todai High Cup. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the 35th Festival of our school. That is what I expected to say. When I was 13, I was put in charge of a greeting speech at my middle school's festival. but I stumbled at the strange sound coming out through my microphone. My voice. Was that this low-pitched? As puberty approached, my voice slowly changed to something unfamiliar. I panicked and tried to speak in a weirdly higher tone. So, what actually came out was, hello everyone. After that speech, a classmate teased me. Why are you trying to speak like Mickey Mouse? Ha ha ha! From that traumatic experience, I slowly began to hate my voice and shrunk away from public speeches. In a sense, I lost my voice. Today, I would like to share how I overcame this voice dissatisfaction and discuss the potential of vocal expressions. The target of this speech is not only those in front of me now, but also those beyond screens. Probably many of you have at least once recorded your voice and been surprised at the difference from your expectations. The mechanism is simple. While you usually perceive your voice through the combination of air conduction and bone conduction, microphones only capture air conduction. This difference causes unfamiliarity with your real sound and often leads to dissatisfaction. This problem, which I call voice dissatisfaction, is more common than you would imagine. A study by Harvard Medical School reported that 58% of participants showed aversion to their recorded voices, and 38% indicated dissatisfaction with their voices in conversation. Since the day of the school festival, I have been unable to make peace with my voice, assuming that it also sounded weird to others. The diminished confidence in my voice discouraged me from speaking in front of people throughout middle and high school. In remote Zoom classes, I got startled by the unfamiliarity of my voice whenever it echoed back through other participants' audio. Driven by anxiety that my lack of speaking experience would affect my career, I pushed myself to join the University of Tokyo ESS. I hoped that it would somehow give me confidence in speaking. Looking back, it was one of the best decisions I've ever made. Since voice is a means of communication in the first place, it is better developed with the help of others. That is why participating in speech contests works as a remedy for the problem. By receiving feedback from judges and analyzing other speakers' delivery, we can recognize our voices from an objective viewpoint. But today, let me share another approach that is also available to those who are not confident enough to give speeches yet. Everyone at venue, please take a look behind you. In the back of this hall, there is a camera recording our speeches, which will later be posted on YouTube. This Todai High Cup and many other speech contests provide free archives of past great speeches on the internet. As I prepared for speech contests, I watched tens of these videos, attempting to learn expressions from them. I imitated the deliveries and the timing of breath. I even recorded myself and compared them with the original lines. Through this approach, the aversion to my voice gradually faded. Imitating others' voices helped me objectively grasp the features of my voice, and recording myself made me more familiar with my air-conducted voices. This approach does not force you to be judged by others, but it helps you to give objective feedback to yourself. If you find it hard to decide which speech to learn from, you can even start with the very recording of this speech. Let's make it 1 million views. Just kidding. I am sure that this approach will help those unconfident about their voices. And even to those who already like their voices, it will also enrich their lives. It will help you to hone your vocal expressions. Vocal expressions are a powerful tool for communication. A study by psychologists of the main brain suggests an interesting outcome. When word meanings and tone of voices conflict, we are 5 times likely to believe the tone. For example, if I were to say, "I'm sad," in this cheerful tone, you believe that I am actually happy. Now we've found our sounds astoundingly versatile. With the right choice of voice, we can convey different emotions and contexts, such as sadness, anger, and a bit of humor. Vocal expressions enrich conversations, debates, and speeches potentially better than words themselves. To upgrade it, try listening to your favorite speeches and practice by recording yourself. Then, make your own speeches and sprinkle the acquired expressions on them. A microphone carries a voice. A voice forms a speech. A speech connects us. I once avoided speaking in public. At that time, my voice was like a noise to me. But now, through joining the speech community, I found my sound, the voice we can rejoice in with vocal expressions. Audiences, both on-site and beyond screen, it is your turn to take a step forward to the stage and grab the microphone. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the 20th Todai High Cup, a world full of voices. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chiba. Now we'll have a question and answer session. Mr. Iboshi, please.
Okay, good afternoon, Chiba-san.
Good afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your speech, and how do you feel right now?
Well, I'm kind of impressed by the other speakers' delivery because they are even better than mine, who's delivering speech about my voice. And I'm also relieved that it left me some improvements on my performance on vocal expression. So yeah, I'm very grateful.
Okay, so my first question is, what motivated you to join the speech community after years of avoiding public speaking?
Well, so one of the reasons is what I said in my speech, to improve my vocal expressions, and the other one is well, I've been to Komabu Festival, and there when I was in high school, and there the ESS speech community presented a speech in front of not in the auditorium, but so that speech, those speeches motivated me and inspired me through conveying different emotions with the vocal expressions, and that motivated me to deliver this speech here. Thank you.
All right. So according to your speech, many people are dissatisfied with their voices. So what advice would you give to someone who is dissatisfied with their own voice?
Well, thank you. So I know that there could be some, many suggestions on this topic, but what I would strongly, recommend them is to, hear and listen to speeches that are posted on YouTube. It can be these Todai High Cups, past speeches, and also other speech contests past speeches, and follow my advice that I presented in this speech. Thank you.
Okay. So what feedback from judges and peers play in your journey to accepting your voice?
Well, so for example, in this Todai High Cup, you judges will give me some advice on my, how I show my emotions and context in my through my voice, and well, I've participated in some other speech contests beforehand, and that helped me a lot about how I began the introduction with "Hello everyone," and it is kind of improved already. Thank you.
Okay, so hopefully the last question. What is the most powerful aspect of vocal expression in public speaking?
Well, that is a tough question. And well, if you are, if you audiences are impressed with my speech, that will be the improvement of what kind of, impressions I gave you. But what I really want to say is that, as I told you in my speech, voices and vocal expressions can tell more than words themselves. So if I am to say, a different thing, the opposite thing in an opposite expression, it will lead to the tone, what the tone is actually meaning. So, vocal expressions are at the same time very dangerous, but if you handle them correctly, it will be very, very helpful. Thank you.
All right, time is up. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Igoshi and Mr. Chiba. Now we'll have the judging time.
Now that all speakers have finished delivering their speeches, the distinguished judges will briefly leave this auditorium. Please stand up and give them a big round of applause. Please be seated.
The first and second session is now over. Now we'll have a short intermission. After the intermission, we'll have a special session where there will be a special guest. A workshop is done in which speakers, audiences, and all the staff members of Todai Cup can participate in a conversation with the guest. It is more than welcome to join us. There is an important announcement about the audience prize. The audience have the right to vote for one speaker that you think is the best. Please finish voting by filling out the form you had before the special session ends. Also, we're collecting the comment sheets. Please submit them to the front or stuff in the auditorium. During the special session, you are allowed to enter, but you may not leave the auditorium. Special session will begin at 3 o'clock, so please be seated by the time.
以上で本選出場者10名のスピーチが終了いたしました。これより30分ほどのインターミッションを挟んだ後、スペシャルセッションをお送りいたします。スペシャルセッションでは毎年特別なゲストの方をお呼びしております。また今回は企画中にスピーカー様、観客の皆様、そして東大杯実行委員の皆様、どんな方でもその場で質問しお楽しみいただける参加型の企画となっております。楽しみにお待ちください。なおスペシャルセッション中に関しまして入場は可能となっておりますが退出はできませんのでご注意ください。スペシャルセッションは15時開始ですのでそれまでのご着席失礼いたしました。それまでインターミッションを挟み15時にはご着席いただきますようお願いいたします。次にオーディエンスプライズに関して重要なお知らせがございます。オーディエンスの皆様は最も良かったと思われるスピーカー1名に投票することができます。投票はスペシャルセッションが終わる4時15分までとなっておりますのでそれまでにお手元の QR コードを読み取り投票をお願いします。またコメントシートも随時回収しております。同様にフロントまたは講堂内のスタッフまでお届けください。それではこれよりインターミッションとなりますので、よろしくお願いいたします。
これ話すごいじゃないこれ。あ、そうなの？だってクラウドファンディング32万とかって。
じゃあとりあえず写真撮りましょう。
ちょっとじゃあどこ行くの？次は真ん中にあるかなと思って。何を？あともうちょっと。
You're inside this morning, right?
日本語でも大丈夫。この喫茶を昼休み前は私は酒場に。なるほどね。じゃあどう今どうします？いや今僕聞いてるけど、なっちゃんもやっぱり中で。はい。でもジェットコースターはでもいいですよ私外で大丈夫。スペシャルセッションですか？同じ大丈夫です。ライブ配信があるから。ああそっか。はい。外からライブ配信で見れる。はい。ディスコチャンネルで。
おっと時間が。はい。うん。ありがとう本当にありがとう。よし頑張ろう。
はい。突然1個だけお願いしていい？
はい。
5分前っていうのを出してくんない？
タイムキーパーですか？わかりました。
30分に終わりたいから、最後5分ぐらいからこれ出してもらって。
はい。わかりました。ありがとうございます。
ごめん。
May I have your attention, please? Now, we'd like to start the special session.
「まずは本大会の副実行委員長の福永雄仁さんにご登壇お願いしましょう。福永さん、よろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします。はい、東大杯スペシャルセッションを担当させていただきます福永雄仁と申します。よろしくお願いします。
はい、東大杯ではですね、例年ジャッジの方が1時間かけて採点をされるんですけど、その1時間何もしないのはちょっと無駄かなということで、毎年スペシャルなゲストをお呼びしてさまざまな疑問に答えていこうという企画を行っています。さて、そんなスペシャルセッションですが、今年のテーマはこちらです。 ESS 業界の方々の悩みということで、皆様悩み抱えていますか？どうですか？たくさん悩みを抱えてるんじゃないでしょうか。はい、今年はですね、そんな皆様のお悩みにスペシャルなゲストをお呼びして解決していこうという、そんな1時間をお送りしていきたいと思います。でですね、まず、皆様が思われていることあると思います。お前誰やねんということで、私福永友人と申します。東京大学 ESS の2年生、現在20歳で、この春3年生を迎えます。で、海外に在住していたことがあって、小学校の頃4年ほどベルギーに住んでおりました。で、当時はインターナショナルスクールだったので、なんかちょっとだけ英語をやっていました。はい。で、そうですね、 ESS での役職というと、今年は東大杯の副実長と、あと、ESS の全体広報を務めていましたね。なので SNS とかを動かしていました。なんか今年東大杯の SNS きっかけで来てくれたよっていう方が思いのほか多くって、めちゃくちゃテンション上がってます。はい。なんかね、どんどんいろんな ESS でこう SNS 企画が流行ればなというふうに密かに思っております。来年以降も SNS 頑張るので、よかったら SNS と東大杯どっちも見に来てくれると嬉しいです。はい。ということで本題なんですけど、やっぱり皆さん悩み多くないですか？はい。ESS っていうのはサークルです。で、サークルっていうのはやっぱり学生が主体なんですけど、学生ってやっぱり悩みが多いんですよね。もちろんどの年代の方が多いというのも承知なんですけど、学生特有の悩みというと、やっぱり就活って大丈夫なのかな、高校生の方も思うと思います。将来のキャリア大丈夫かなとかって皆さん思いません？僕はめっちゃ思ってます。で、次に留学って言った方がいいのかな思いません？やっぱり ESS っていうと結構何かしらこう国際系に興味ある方とかも多く入っていらっしゃると思うので、留学興味あるけどでもお金がなとか、1年間無駄にするかもしれないじゃんとかって思われるかもしれません。で、じゃあ留学行くとして何勉強すればいいの？なんか留学行って遊んでるやつらとかいるじゃんって思われる方も、ごめんなさい、ちょっと口を慎めます。はい。なんか本当に意味あるのかなとかって思われる方もいらっしゃると思います。で、またね、日本って大丈夫なのかな、なんか半導体とかなんか工業大国って言われてたけど、全然今ダメダメじゃんってなってたりとか、今世界で何が起きてるのかなって分からないみたいな、そういう方も多いと思います。なんかね、自分の周りだとそれこそもういっそ海外で住もうかなとかっていうふうに考えてる学生も多くいらっしゃってて、なんか本当にこう今日本の学生すごい迷ってるな。で、ESS となるとさらになんかこう国際関係のその世界にも視野を広げてる方も多くいらっしゃるので、なんかたくさん悩みがある方が多いなというふうに自分では認識しております。ですので、なんか今日の1時間を使ってそんな皆様の悩みを、少しでも解消できるような1時間にできればなというふうに思っております。なので、はい、一応今回学生のためとか ESS のためというふうに銘打ってはいるんですけど、なるべく幅広い年代の方々にお楽しみいただけるよう、老若男女古今東西さまざまな方にお楽しみいただけるような、はい、テーマ設定にしたつもりですので、ぜひこの1時間お楽しみください。でですね、そんな皆様の悩みを、解決するスペシャリストがこちら、じゃあちょっと立ってもらえますか。はい。さまざまな大学で教鞭を取られ、また連続起業家でもあり、そしてスローガン株式会社代表の小田さんです。はい、拍手よろしくお願いします。はい。はい、そんな小田さんとですね、今回、国際情勢だったり海外経験、キャリア形成というこの3本を柱、なんかすごい難しい言葉たくさん使ってますね。はい、でもそんな難しいことは話さないつもりなので、この3本をテーマに、皆様のお悩みを解消できればなというふうに思います。では小田さんよろしくお願いします。
はい、皆さんこんにちは。今ご紹介いただきました小田です。運営の方々、それからスピーチの終わった方々、皆さんお疲れ様です。ここから1時間はですね、ゆるい会にしたいと思います。今までなんか素晴らしいスピーチを聞いて、私自身がすごく感動していて、自分の高校時代とかと大学時代ちょっと比較して、なんかちょっと僕寂しい気分になっている、そんな感じです。他の方、なんか日本の将来、なんかこんな素晴らしい若者がいるんだったらすごいなと思われる方もいらっしゃるかなと思います。 最初になりますけども、ちょっとですね、お前誰だよっていうところがあると思います。簡単にちょっと自己紹介からさせてください。こんな難しいタイトルになってますけども、ぶっちゃけで言うと世界がどうなってるっていうところの話、留学とか英語とかがどういうふうに、例えば今スピーチされた方とか、なんか留学に行かれるとか、それとさっきね、お昼聞きながらお話聞いてたりするんですけども、実際そういうのがどこに役に立つかっていうところを私が見た世界の中からお話ししたいと思います。ですね、私小田和明と申します。私は、もう現在年齢でいうと61で、そうですね、大学生にたくさん実は会う職業をしております。私自身の現在の肩書きはですね、スローガン株式会社の共同創業者という立場でして、これグッドファインドっていうもう一つのキャリアの大学を運営しております。実際毎年そうですね、何千単位の大学生にあって、この会社スローガン株式会社2021年に上場しておりますけれども、この事業を始めて18年間、おそらく日本で一番日本のトップの学生に会っている一人かなと思ってます。大体ですね、延べ10万人ぐらい日本のトップオブトップ、それと世界のいろんな人たちと会って、それで18年ぐらい経っているので、彼らが今どうなっているか、それから私の同年代がどうなっているか、それと同時に私がキャリアの中で見てきたお話なんかをしようかなと思っています。で今この、壇上に立っておりますけれども、ここにあるように実は去年 TED っていうのに出ておりまして、TED はですね、私は実はいろんなさっきスローガン社の話をしたんですけど、スローガン社を作る前にもうすでに10社ぐらい作っておりまして、その20年前に一度上場を経験しておりますし、自分がモバイルのサービスを作ったこの会社はホリエモンに買収されています。会社をたくさん作ってたくさん買収されて上場して、同時にですね、10年ほど前、もうちょっと前かな、大学の先生でストラテジーを教えています。でアメリカにも行って中国にも行って、実はインドにもこの間まで住んでおりました、みたいな生活をしながらですね、ちょっと、私の人生って言ったら変ですけども、世界がどうなってきたかっていうところと重ねてちょっとお話ししようかなと思っております。最初はですね、私非常に変人も変人で、もともと理学部の数学科というところの博士課程で数学と物理をやっておりました。でその時はですね、友達少ないなんかちょっと暗めの理系院生みたいな感じだったんですけれども、そこでですね、5年ほど大学院に入院生活をしておりまして、そこから最初に入った会社が外資系のコンサルティング会社で、ここにあるようにアメリカで実は働いてます。ここは実は私のそのグローバルなキャリアのスタートなんですけれども、正直言いますと、今日ここにいらっしゃるような方々関心があるか、例えば留学だとか、あと英語の勉強だとか、グローバルで活躍する、私はそういうことをですね、みじんも実は考えてない人生で、そのまま数学者になるかなっていう、そんな感じでやってたんですけども、ドクターの時にふと思って、なんか社会に出るのこれ最後かもしれないっていうことで就職したのが、1993年なので、もう30年以上前ですからね。それでアメリカに行ってみて、最初は英語できない、全然できなくはないんですけれども、大学院で英語で、講義をしたりディスカッションしたりするんですけど、それは数学の世界の中だけで、レセプションになるともう話についていけないみたいな、そういう悲しいレベルで、28歳で初めてアメリカに行って、そこで働いてみて、最初は英語に非常に四苦八苦しました。ですがなんとなく住んでたらそれなりにできるようになってきまして、で現在に至っている感じです。で、アクセンチャーに行ったそこから帰ってきてからですね、起業家になって1998年に会社を1個作ります。この会社がインターネットの黎明期の会社で、いわゆるネットバブルっていうのもありまして、サイバーエージェントとか楽天とか、さっき名前を挙げたホリエモンさんとか、この辺の人たちが実はベンチャー同期、98年の同期になります。で2001年にここは上場のところまで行って、電通というグループ会社に買収されまして、電通グループの役員やってます。インターネットのバブル1回目から現役になっているのって多分三木谷さんとサイバーの藤田さんと何人かぐらいしかいないかなと思ってますけど、おそらく5人ぐらいしかいない、多分その一人かなと思ってます。で、その後ですね、いろんな国を回るようになって、こちらシンガポール非常にきれいな国で、こういうふうね、これはジュエルっていうシンガポールの空港がありますけど、これがもしかしたら未来の一つの姿。 でここの、シンガポールの国立大学っていうところの MBA の先生をやってるんですけれども、シンガポールっていうのの面白いのは、シンガポール自体は非常にちっちゃな国なんですけれども、ちっちゃくてむちゃくちゃ進んでいる国、この周りの国が非常に元気な国が多くて、例えばインドネシアとかベトナムとか1億以上のね人口がいて、ちょっと飛ぶとインドとか、こういう元気がある人たちがたくさん集まってくる、こういうなんかねハブみたいなところがシンガポール。ですのでここの MBA の生徒たちもですね、シンガポリアンじゃない人たちのが多くて、そこでごちゃごちゃになりながらですね、アジアの将来についていろんなディスカッションをしたり、そんなことをしています。中国では2010年ぐらいから行っておりまして、実は中国のもうなんかバブルの真っ只中、ここの辺も見てます。ずっと成長してきていくたびに伸びていったのが、どっかで上海ぐらいで2014年ぐらいからなんかもう今の落ち着いた形になりまして、で一方でですね、その中国っていろんなところがありますけれども、古い中国もやっぱりあってですね、これは人民公園っていう上海のど真ん中にあるところなんですけど、太極拳やってますね、なんかおじさんたち。こういう中国もあるみたいなね、非常に平和な感じで。でもう一つは新しい町の深セン、シェンジェンって言いますけども、深セン、これは中国のシリコンバレーって言ってますけど、中国のシリコンバレー、それは間違いじゃないんですけど、世界のシリコンバレーだと思います。いろんなものがもう進んでます。オフィスは全部きれいだし、これちょっと見ていただくとですね、ちょっと見えにくいんですけど、車のナンバー全部緑なんですよ。で緑のナンバーっていうのがいわゆる EV で、時々青いのがあるんですけど、青いの出てこないかな。青いのがあると外車です。トヨタとか、これなんかそうです、これベンツですね。青いのこれだけじゃないですか。それ以外全部緑です。深セン EV100% です。これは同じく深センのホテルに私が泊まったホテルなんですけど、私がエレベーター乗ってビューンと来て誰かと思ったらロボットくんです。必ず掃除ロボットくんいます。それにこれは駐車場で私の知人の車なんですけど、よく見ると人が乗ってないんです。自動運転です。自動運転は入る時もそうだし、しかもこれ一発で車庫入れしてません。はっきりと僕よりも上手だし、うちの奥さんはこれ欲しいって言ってました。でこれが高級車とかじゃなくて、普通のミドルの上のクラスの車はこんなんですよ。でこれ出る時もこうやって自動的に出ます。そんな感じで、じゃあ今度は次インドを見てみましょう。インドむちゃくちゃ今伸びてます。バンガロールというところ、これ IT の都市なんですけど、ユニクロの1号店ができました。ユニクロさんさすがだと思うのは、入っていくといらっしゃいませです。いらっしゃいませ。日本人っぽい顔してるじゃないですか。いらっしゃいませです。素晴らしい。オペレーションも全部一緒です。こちらの大学、こちらのですね、バンガロールにあるインド理科大学院っていう、インドのこれ天才たちがいるんですけれども、ここでも実は私は授業を持っておりまして、実はここでですね、彼実は日本人の方で、これは東京大学出身の中舘さんっていう方なんですけれども、今経済産業省で働いております。で私がインドの理科大学院でね講義をするっつったら、彼が来てもらってですね、この会にいて、その後ですね、2人でこれバンガロール牛っていう、あんまりインド人って肉食べないし、そもそも牛食べないんですけれども、そういうことをやってる人。だから私が実はやってて、今の授業をやってて面白いのが、若い可能性がある人たちがですね、いろんなところに活躍されていて、でどの方もですね、実は最初はなんか大丈夫かなとかって、この中舘さんも大学生の頃にですね、その私のグッドファインドというサービスに来て、そういうロジカルシンキングとか講座を受けて、いろんなキャリアの相談を受けて、彼は一回、コンサルティング会社に行って、そこから転職して今ご活躍なんですけども、こういう若者と会えるところがね、なんか私の中の生きがいかなと思ってます。でインドはですね、すごい進んでいるところとそうでないところもあって、路地裏になるとこんな感じになります。で街の中どうなってるかというちょっと話をすると、こんな感じで、そんなに進んでるとやっぱり言えないですね。だけども経済成長がすごい、毎年行くたびに道ができて、街のきれいさでいうと、さっきの中国の深センが非常にきれいです。だけどあれが中国の全部じゃないです。深センは中国の中のトップのとこ、インドの中のバンガロールは一応トップクラスなんですけれども、でもまだこういうところがインドかなっていうふうに思います。一方でなんかね、これもインドの同じ街中なんですけど、このインドの原宿みたいな感じですかね。 金曜日の夜っていうのもあって非常に若者がにぎわっておりまして、街はね結構ねゴミが落ちてたり怪しいところがありますけれども、こういう活力を感じるインド、それ以外でいうと例えばインドネシアとかもそうですね。ジャカルタ、こちらはですねジャカルタにある都市なんですけども、こういう例えば地下鉄みたいなのがこう全部日本製になっています。でちなみにここもですね、この方は辻さんって方なんですけど、彼も東京大学の経済学部2011年ぐらい卒業して、彼は、ベンチャー企業に行ってそこから独立して、今こちらでですね、価格比較サイト価格コムみたいのインドネシアバージョンを作って、インドネシア人と結婚して今こういう事業をやってる。だから実は彼の辻さんも、その前の中立さんもそうなんですけども、学生の頃結構悩んでて、それで例えばどういうところに行けばいいかみたいな。でそんなことが模索しつつ、でもね彼ら2人ともすごい海外で一人でもう独立してやってるみたいな、そんな風にやっていて、例えばインドネシアなんかもどんどん日本の製品が出てるとか、よくね日本の産業どこがいいですか、いろんなことを聞かれたりもするんですけれども、街が出てきてインフラができてくると、次はですねそこに例えば建物が建ってそこにお店が入っていって、で結果として例えばこれはですねローソン、これはガンビル駅っていう、ジャカルタの東京駅みたいな感じなんです。そこにローソンがあって、こういうふうにおにぎりがあります。おにぎりというものがあって、ちょっと見えないんです。ツナマヨっておにぎりもあるし、これ山崎パンのあんパンですね。こういうものがこう出てくると、実は日本っていうものがなんとなく過小評価されて分かりにくいかもしれないけど、現地でいろんなことをやってると、あれいろんなところに入ってるじゃん。ただ日本に住んでる身からするとなんか当たり前になってるじゃないですか、全てのものが。で安く提供されてとか、例えばお水がよく言われますけれども、お水と平和がただの国っていうのは日本のすごくいいところだっていう。だからそういうのに慣れちゃってるので、なんかある意味ね分からないところが、凄さが分からないところが時々海外に行ってちょっと住んでみたりすると、やっぱり日本のトイレ最高だよねとか、こういうのは分かってくるんじゃないかなと思います。そんなことをしながらですね、本当いろんな地域を見てみて、結局じゃあどうなってるのっていうところざっとお話をします。ざっとですけれどもね、世界どうなる、写真とか撮ってもらって全然結構ですね。私著作権フリーなので変な加工しなければどんどん撮ってください。ファクトとして、ファクトはやっぱり大事かなと思います。ファクトとして、人口がどうなってるか、僕これむちゃくちゃ大事だと思います。世界の情勢がどうなっているか。人口って、経済学の言葉で言うと需要を作る元手なんだよね。一人当たりどれぐらい稼げるかっていうのをかけるこれの人口にすると、ざっくりとこれが GDP っていうその経済の単位なんですけど、その変数の一つである人口、このね多分ね20位ぐらいまでこれ丸暗記した方がいいんですよ。こういう数字は丸暗記した方がいいです。で上からいくとインドとですね中国が14億いてもうダントツで、アメリカって実は 3.47 億 3.5 億しかいないので4分の1しかいないんですよ、インド中国の。でそれで下の方に行くとインドネシアが 2.8 億でパキスタンが 2.5 億、パキスタンむっちゃ伸びています。みたいな感じざーっとくるんですけど、アジアの国が多いです。パキスタンがあって、バングラデシュがあって、でずっと来てジャパンがあって、フィリピンがあって、この辺ずれてるのは比較年度のことなのであまり気にしなくても結構です。で言いたいのは何かっていうと、次の図がですね非常に私は経済理解するにすごいいい図だと思って、これ IM さんが作った図なんですけれども、人口比を面積比に表した図です。これで大体消費量が分かるはずです。そういうふうに見てみると、我々の中でやっぱ欧米っていうものが強いっていうイメージがあると思います。なんでかっていうと、それは第二次世界大戦の時の戦勝国側だったから。で彼らがリーダーシップを取ってきた、これは純然たる事実なんですけど、これから先の未来を考えてみると、消費と生産がどこで行われるか、これ非常に大事なことです。でその消費どこで行われるか、消費さっき言ったように人口が多いところが潜在的に大きいわけですね。で日本も実はそんなにちっちゃくないんですよ、面積比で見てみると。これは人口の大きさを面積に表したもので、意外とちっちゃいのがヨーロッパ、ちっちゃな国が集まってますよね。それにアメリカも実はそんなに大きくないし、 オーストラリアなんかあれどこっていうぐらいちっちゃなくなって、あとカナダも結構ちっちゃいですね。カナダとかオーストラリアは豊かなうちですけど3000万4000万の人口しかいません。3000万4000万だと、例えばインドとか中国の、一つの州みたいなのがボッといくとそれで占領されるぐらいのそういうサイズです。こういうふうに考えてみて、私が言いたいのは何かというと、実はアジアの国ってすごく人口が多くて生産、消費量、これらのことが多くなってくると日本ってむちゃくちゃいい立場にいるんですよ。近いし、あと日本嫌いな国って基本そんなにないんですね、実は。そういう意味で見ると、地政学とかいろんな話があります。軍事のこととか、実際資源がどこで出るかとかいろんな問題がありますけれども、普通に考えてみると実はこういうふうにすごく比較的紛争が少なくて、で例えばインフラが整えやすくて、インフラが整えやすいとか砂漠がないとか山がなさすぎるとないとかそういうことが条件になりますけども、そういうことを考えてみると実はむちゃむちゃいいポジションにいるよねっていうことが一つここから読み取れることです。GDP っていう数字もあるんですけれども GDP は人口に依存します、すごく。だから例えばなんですけど、今年なんかインドに抜かれました。今年とか去年か。だからもう日本が終わったとかっていうそういう見方もあるかもしれませんけれども、人口が違うんだが当たり前の話です。例えばシンガポールはどんなに頑張ってでもインドに勝てない。なんでかっていうとシンガポールはすごい豊かな国じゃないですか。だけど島国で500万人ぐらいしか住んでない。インド14億いると。それで経済の大きさ比べるってことしないですね。だから日本は生実家大きかったからなんか比べちゃってるみたいなところがあります。そういう意味で言うとある意味我々いろんな不安を持っているわけで、私もそうなんですけれども、ただこれから必要になってくるのってファクトベースで実際どうなっているかっていうこの解釈の問題が実は我々にとって大事かなと思っていて、やっぱり例えばニュースの情報とかどうしてもねちょっと煽るような書き方しざるを得ないんです。悪意はなかったとしてでも、要はメディアビジネスっていうのは見られてなんぼ、それを買ってもらってなんぼなので、どっちかというとネガティブな情報を流しがち。いい情報よりもネガティブな情報の方が反応しやすいからです。その中で我々はそういう不安になるだけじゃなくてファクトがどうなっているか、それからあとこれから大事になってくるのは生成 AI とか使えるようになってきて、いろんなデータが出てきて未来予測みたいなのも多分すると思うんですよ。で例えば2050年の GDP どうなってるかっていうことを調べると出てくるわけなんですけども、1位2位3位みたいなのがあって、3位のインドみたいなのがやっぱ出てくるんですね。差分が大きいんです。インドはなぜかというとむちゃくちゃ今貧しいからで、14億いるわけじゃないですか。伸びしろしかないんですよ。だから今日本企業がむちゃくちゃインドに行っています。同じことを多分25年前ぐらい中国でやってました。14億いてどんどん伸びる。実際中国伸びました。ただ中国も上海とかに行ってみるともう東京と同じような生活できます。とすると伸びしろがあんまりないんだよね。もちろん地方のところもあって、なので他のところは伸びる余地がありますけども、そう考えてみてみると勢いがその全体としての勢いが、だから中国がダメとかアメリカがダメとかそういう話ではないと思います。豊かになったからそこから豊かになったなりの成長というふうになってくるし、インドはまだまだ伸びるみたいなところがあるっていう、そういうふうに解釈取る必須いいんじゃないかなと思います。で世界の見方みたいなことを考えてみると、大体この5つの丸みたいなのこの中のバランスで考えるといいっていうのが私の主張です。よくあるのはなんかアメリカがいいとか中国がいいとかロシアがなんとかだって、それは一面的な見方で、ちょっとうんちくっぽい話をすると、私ロジカルシンキングの先生なんですよ実は。とした時にどう解釈するとか正しく解釈するっていうことがすごくやっぱり重要視しておりまして、ですから私の生徒に対してもそのファクトは何か、エビデンスレベルはどうなっているか。エビデンスレベルっていうのは例えば学会で多くの方々に認められたものはエビデンスレベルが高い。例えばお薬なんかはエビデンスレベルが高いものじゃないと我々の体内に入って毒になる可能性があるので、そういうことをやっています。あと同時に情報をどのように解釈するかっていうところもすごい大事。さあまとめるとなんですけれども、日本の製造業なんかは実はたくさんいい分野がありますので、特に就活生の方とか就活気になる方、こういうのぜひ移してください。実は有望な分野がたくさんあります。たくさんあります。で次に行きます。で今後どうなるか、ざっとこの5つです。アメリカ一極集中時代が終わります。アメリカも悪いわけじゃないんだけど、残念ながら成熟してきましたっていうところで、中国が台頭しました。ですが中国もそういう意味で言うとこれから 低成長になってきて、言ってわかるんですけど、むちゃくちゃデフレです。日本が行われたような、日本と同じような道、ただちょっと違うのは、不動産の不良資産が処理しきれないって問題があると思います。だからすごく苦しみます。苦しむんだけど、苦しんで出てきた会社がグローバルで勝てる。それは競争があるからです。あとは独占企業がたくさん出てくるとかね、日本は独自路線になると思います。それから才能の争奪戦みたいなのがあって、多くの人たちが、平たく言うとアメリカ行くようになると思います。アメリカに世界、ちなみに私のインドの優秀な生徒は全員アメリカにいます。そんな感じです。はい、人類の価値観、生活の変化みたいなのが起こると思ってます。さあ、生成 AI グローバルキャリア英語、この後ですね、パネルセッションの中でもお話をしますけど、私が簡単にですね、自分の話だけしようかなと思ってます。生成 AI が出てくると英語いらなくなるんじゃないか、そういう疑惑ありますよね。それはこの後のパネルでお話をしますけれども、ちょっとこの写真見てください。ちょっと飛ばします。こっちか。これ私のインドの知人のうちなんですけれども、今英語もしかしたら勉強したいとか、もっとやりたいとか、ポリグロッツになりたい、いろんな考え方があるかなと思います。ポリグロッツっていうのは何カ国語も喋る人なんですけど、インドに行くとポリグロッツって言葉がないです。なんてかというと、全員ポリグロッツだからです。言葉がたくさんあるんです。公用語だけでも10何個あるみたいな。で、このちっちゃい可愛い子いるじゃないですか。この子生まれた時僕いたんですけど、こんな感じでね。このお姉ちゃんがですね、今インドで幼稚園に行くようになって、ちなみに家の中でも3カ国語話しています。お父さんお母さん、それからおじいちゃんおばあちゃんがいて、みんな違うから。で3歳4歳にしても、このおじいちゃんと喋るときは何語、こっちのおばあちゃんと喋るときは何語っていうふうに使い分けています。もちろん全部ペラペラなわけじゃないです。だからそういう機会があれば簡単だし、この子今幼稚園に行くようになって英語喋れるようになったんですよ。だから私とも喋れるようになりました。あともう一つ、コミュニケーションの時にダイレクトに話をする。今日も非常に素晴らしいスピーチがたくさんあったと思います。私は残念ながら、英語はそこそこ喋りますけども、語学の才能は実はあんまりないです。全然覚えれない。なんだけどちょこちょこっといろんなことをやっぱポリグロッツのやり方を真似てくると、いろんなところでいろんな言語を少しずつ喋るようになりました。そうするとですね、全然関係ないローカルの人たちとたくさんやっぱり距離が近くなって、なんか言ってること分かんない、もう一回言って、このもう一回言ってっていうふうに言えるようになってくると、すごくやっぱりね、ハードルが下がってくるので、多分日本の言語教育の中で一番のネックここじゃないかなと思う。なんか失敗しちゃいけないみたいな。もう失敗でもいいんです。単語1個ずつから喋っていくとかね。そうすると例えばね、これインドネシアの牛丼屋吉野家の店員さんなんですけども、インドネシア語は私片言なんですけど、例えばインドネシアのジムのお兄ちゃんとかね、これは中国の朝食を食べる時の上海のおばちゃん、このおばさんの話、中国語は上海なまりなんでむちゃくちゃ聞き取りにくいんですけども、何回か聞いてですね、なんとか買い物をしてみたいなね。あとインド人のファミリーとか、やっぱりいろんなところで話すことができるので、私はね、この生成 AI が出てきて同時通訳可能になると思いますけども、リーダーシップを取ったりとか人を動かしたりとか、やっぱりコミュニケーションによって生まれるものがかなり違うと思います。そういう意味で言うと、これはできたに越したことがないし、今ツールがたくさんあるじゃないですか。それに YouTube もたくさんあって、なんか YouTube から学んでらっしゃるって高校生もいらっしゃいましたけれども、そういう意味で言うと今ってすごい機会があるので、ぜひこの機会生かしてもらうのがいいかなと思います。で、ですね、ここから先になりますけれども、ここからパネルになってですね、MC の方、それからですね、副次長さんとちょっと4人でですね、このグローバルなキャリアについて、大学生からの質問を私をちょっと受けるという形にしたいんですけれども、会場の皆様からもですね、匿名で質問する方ができるので、ぜひぜひちょっとスマホで、こちらの方ちょっと飛んでみてください。匿名なのでですね、ペンネームに変えていただいても結構ですけども。
はい、よろしくお願いします。ぜひぜひこちらの QR コードをですね、スマホでお読み取りいただくと、生配信のように、いつでも質問ができますので、ぜひぜひ、スピーカーの方もどんどんそして東大杯実行委員の方々もぜひぜひご質問いただければなというふうに思います。で、ここから先のパネルトークはですね、MC のお二人にも参加いただけます。じゃあぜひちょっと家計と、吹上さん、ぜひいらしてください。で、そうですね、先にこの2人のキャラクターというか経歴を説明しておくと、家計さんは現在中国からの留学生で東京大学の新3年生 現在2年生でして、中国語、日本語、英語が話せるトリリンガルということで、はい、で一方の福上君は現在東京大学の理科2類の学生で、小さい頃に海外にいらっしゃったということで大丈夫ですね。はい、ということで英語と日本語が話せるバイリンガルということで、はい、じゃあお座りいただいて、はい、お願いします。じゃあそうですね、全体的に国際色の強いメンバーと、自分で言うなという話なんですけど、比較的何かしら世界に興味がある人たちが集まって少しお話ができたらなというふうに思います。そうですね、じゃあやっぱりまず最初に多分質問がいくつか来ると思うんですけど、じゃあまだ見れていないので、先に福永の方で気になった質問をいくつかさせていただきます。はい、小田さんのお話の中でやっぱり英語というものがテーマになっていまして、なんか結局この言語の優位性って何なんだっていうふうに思われる方も多いと思っているんですね。で、吹上君は帰国子女で、筧さんも留学生ということで、自分自身も含めて何かしら英語をキャリアの中で役立て英語をキャリアの中で何かしらの形で使っていきたいなというふうに思われる方も多いと思うんですね。で、自分が気になるのは結局英語ってキャリアに役に立つんですか？そもそもどう役立てればいいのかなっていうことがすごい気になりました。どうですか？
英語はですね、あった方がいいけどなくても大丈夫です。っていうのは、ポジティブな話とネガティブな話両方すると、ネガティブっていうか使わなくてもいいっていう点からすると、やっぱ生成 AI の進歩がすごくて、同時通訳もほぼ完璧にできます。なのでもう実際ツールとしてあるんですけれども、イヤホンにですね、スマホと Bluetooth でつなげて、誰かが言ったことをそのまま同時通訳で耳にその言語で流せるっていうことがもう非常に簡単になってます。ってことはお互いにそれ耳につけて喋ると、なんか母国語のようにできるので、なので普通に旅行するときはいらないと思いますし、あとなんか例えば専門性が高くて英語とか勉強する時間がなかったという方、この方も英語いらないと思います。いや、なんでかというと、英語勉強するのっておそらく流暢に話すのに普通の大学入ってる方は多分1000時間ぐらいいると思います。日本の教育のことを考えると。読めるけど喋れないから。だけどその1000時間ってその人にとってもったいないのであればツール使えばいいと思う。ただダイレクトに話せるっていうことのメリットがむちゃくちゃやっぱ大きいんですよ。例えば人の言うことを聞くとか理解するっていうことだけで言うとそれでいいんだけど、人を動かすっていうこと、仕事とか、例えばこのメンバーの運営でもそうじゃないですか。でダイレクトに話すことによってお願いって言った時にお願い以上のなんか感情がありますよね。とあとやっぱりリーダーシップとか、とにかく人を動かすっていうところはダイレクトに。もうそうすると片言でも上海のおばちゃんにこれいくらって聞く人ないわけですよ。上海なまりがひどくて、で最後こんな風になって指でやったりしますけど、そうするとなんかおまけとか言ってくれますからね。
面白いですね。何かやっぱり人が言語を話すからこそできる、なんでしょう、コミュニケーションみたいなのは絶対なくなりませんよね。でちょっと、はい、先ほどからたくさん質問をいただいてて嬉しいんですけど、はい、じゃあそれについて答えていきたいなと思います。でいくつかいただいた質問がこれから伸びる業界について具体的に聞かせてほしいということで、ちょっとこちら吹上君とも絡めてお話できればなと思うんですけど、吹上君ってやっぱり理系の学生じゃないですか。
はい。
で今ETF の企業の一覧とか見てもやっぱり日本の企業っていうのはどうしても少なくなってきているのは事実で、何か昔の高度経済成長期みたいに本当に研究さえしてれば安泰かって言われると不安だと思ってて、なんか吹上君って将来、じゃあ研究者もしなるんだとしたら何か研究とか、じゃあ理系でキャリアを作っていこうと思った時に今どういう不安があったりとか、逆になんか吹上君ってどこを専攻にしていこうとかって思ってますか？
そうですね、なんか理系としての不安といいますか、そういうのは少なからず、学生として、あると思ってて、例えば自分がなんですかね、学生としてどの企業に就職するかとかってことも別にわからないし、どの、研究室に行くとかも、まだ正直分かってなくて、そうですね、僕は結構物理学とかに興味があって専攻をどうしようかまだ迷ってるんですけど、その 道もあるかななんてことを考えているんですけど、そんな中で仕事に直結するかっていうのがかなり分かりづらいところはあると思って、別にこれは僕だけの問題じゃないのかなというふうにも思うので、例えば自分が大学で学んだこととかっていうのが後になって自分が振り返った時にどのような形でこういうところに生きたんだなみたいな風に実感できる時が来るのかなっていう不安がありますよね。はい、
これ僕答えてもいいですか？
はい、なんかどんな業界とか。
ですね、これよくある話なんですけども、学んだ知識を直接使う必要ないんですよ。例えば、私が去年お話ししたTEDx 名古屋 U っていうところで話をしているのは、私数学とスタートアップって話をして、やっぱよく聞かれるので、全然違うなんか共通点があったんですかって言われると、一見違うんですけど僕の中で動いてる回路は一緒なんですよ。だから例えばそれが物理学でも、例えば生物学でも、もしくは例えば歴史学でもいいと思うんですけど、考えてるプロセスの中でロジカルシンキングとか客観的に物事を捉えるとか解釈するっていう、そこのプロセスが再現性があるところで、その対象が少し違ったとしてでも同じ回路を使えるわけですよね。だからそういう意味で言うと、ちゃんと研究するっていうのはいいと思います。それに例えば理系の方も今はね、なんか例えばメーカーに行ったらどうだとかってあったりするんですけど、例えばそれだって改めて考えてみると、メーカーってどうだっけって、メーカーって大きすぎるんですよ、仕事して。で例えばコンサルティング会社って多分10万人ぐらいしかいないのでちっちゃすぎるんですよ。それと比べてメーカーとコンサルがどうだっていうことは、少しちょっと規模のこととか広さ考えてみると、メーカーの方はもうちょっと区分すべきだし、素材はどうとか、例えば自動車はどうとかで、その中で知識って変わるんですよ。で残念ながら今って知識の陳腐化がすごくどんどん早くなっていて、だから私が必要なのって解釈したりとか学習したりとか理解するとか、この能力が必要で、こういうのって大体ソフトスキルと言われていて、知識と言われるものはハードスキルとか言われるんですよ。ハードスキルはソフトスキルが良かったりすると後から変わることができるので、物理でいいと思います。僕も数学で、数学なんか使えねえじゃんっつってドクターの時みんななんか就職断られましたからね。でも今そういう時代じゃないから、勉強したかったらドクター行ってもいいと思います。
なるほど。つまり読めない時代だからこそのソフトスキルの重要性というか。はい、ごめんなさい、たくさん質問いただいているので、はい、次々と答えていきたいと思います。で、ちょっと英語で質問いただいていて、I'm an English teacher of LA school now. I think most students can't speak English because they learn grammar. How do you think about Japanese education? ということで、じゃあこちら、かけいさんにもお聞きしたいんですけど、じゃあ、バイリンガルの目線で考えたときに、やっぱり日本の英語教育っていうのはちょっと文法一辺倒なんじゃないかっていうふうにも批判されることが多い中で、かけいさんはやっぱり、僕から見て日本語もすごくお上手ですし、英語もすごくお上手で、何か英語であったりとか日本語を学ぶときに気をつけたコツであったりとか、逆になんか日本のこの文法を結構しっかりやるっていうのは、かけいさんから見てどういうふうに見えてるのかなっていうのが気になるので、ちょっとぜひお二人にお聞きしたいです。
はい、そうなんですね。私が日本語と英語を勉強し続ける過程の中、環境を大事にするのが一番大事ではないかと私は考えています。なんか積極的に聞くや喋る環境を作り出すのが言語学習に対して非常に役に立つではないかと私は思っています。例えば私はもう小さい頃から、英語や日本語のアニメとかゲームとか特に興味が持っていて、それをなんか見ながら遊びながら、そこから学んできた文法や語彙を、実際の日常生活や学習の中を使っていて、なんか知識を学んできたと思います。
この方イングリッシュティーチャーって言われているので、本当にこれ僕全く一緒です。
なるほど。
で最近ですね、YouTube とか SNS で多言語の人たくさん出てくるじゃないですか。なんか10とか20とか喋る人みたいな。で実は私の知人でもそのグッドファインドでキャリアの相談を受けた一人、彼は秋山洋平さんっていう 実は YouTuber の駆け出しみたいな方がいて、彼12カ国語を喋るんですけども、その人から聞いて、で僕も実はそのマルチリンガルな道に進み始めたのは彼のやり方が全然違ったから。挨拶のこんにちはから入りましょう。最初はハローとかニーハオとかスラマンマランとか何でもいいんですけど、その次多分自己紹介なんですよ。だから I am a student なんかおいしいダッシュシェンみたいな、そんな感じで言って、なんかそういうことやってて、それを少しずつやっていって人間と会話すると、そのユニットの中でやってそれ増やしていけばいいじゃん。逆に言うと文法とかなんか難しい単語とか覚えるのは無駄だから、使わないんだからって、まあそういうやり方を聞いてからなんかやり方変わって、だから第二外国語をなんか軽く覚えるとですね、多分第3外国語第4外国語をどんどんやっていくので、なんか多分ですけども、多分入試の制度の問題と、あとはやっぱ潔癖症みたいなのがあるんじゃないかな。
いやそうですね、正直自分も結構第二外国語の学習で苦しんでいる身としては非常に共感できるものはあって、何かこうやっぱり文法であったりっていうものに縛られてしまっている、なんかおっしゃってた潔癖症っていうのが自分にすごくしっくりきたワードで、そうですね。なんか小田さんはどうしたとかありますか？
いや、私はもうとにかく人間と喋るっていうふうにしました。だからこれは今は例えば大学だったら留学生が多分絶対いると思うんですよ、かけさんみたいなね。で特に日本来たばっかりの人を助けてあげると、それでじゃあ時々じゃあ英語で喋ってとか、自分がやりたい言葉で喋って、その代わり私日本語なんか教えてあげるからさっていうふうな、多分これやっぱ対面大きいんですよ。ちょっとオタク的な話をすると、人間は目と頭脳だけでやると脳の学習するとこしか使わないんですけど、日常の中でやるとエピソードとかいろんなのを組み合わせて覚えるので、こっちの方が定着早いんですよ。っていうのは大脳の仕組みからしてもそうだなと思いますので、ちょっと勉強のやり方やると実は簡単じゃないかなと思いました。
そうですね、やっぱり ESS っていうと結構言語自体に興味がある方も多くいらっしゃると思うので、今のお三方の意見っていうのは結構面白かったのではないかなと思います。で、ごめんなさい、続いての質問参ります。で、たくさんいいねが来てる質問の一つに、1年間の交換留学に行くべきか迷っています。1年間の機会費用を考えると、やみくもに海外にいるよりも日本でできることがあるのではないかと思うのですが、海外経験によって得られる特有のものはありますかということで、吹上くんは実際海外留学を少し考えているとアンケートで伺っていて、で家計さんは今まさに留学中ということで、どうでしょう。じゃあ吹上くんはまずなんかこれにあたっての不安というか、なんか行きたいけど行くべきか迷ってるみたいなのって、なんかどういう気持ちですか、それは今。
そうですね、迷っているというよりかは、行きたいなという気持ちが先行している状態で、実際に自分がなんて言いますかね、キャパシティと言いますか、いける、そのモチベーションだったりはあるけれども、行く、ことが実際に可能かどうかっていうところでちょっとどうだろうなっていう疑問を持ってて、自分の今現在やりたい活動だとか、自分が今現在やりたい勉強だとか、そういうことをなんか目先のことを優先しても、悪くないのかなって思っていたり、して、その理由の一つにおそらく多分その留学した先の解像度みたいなものがそこまで高くなくて、比較対象としてあまりいいものが、自分の頭の中で想像できていないっていうのがあると思うんですけど、
そうちなみにじゃあ家計さんは実際中国に高校までいらっしゃって、で大学から日本に来たと思うんですけど、なんか当時の葛藤であったりとかで、逆に来てどうだったのかとかってありますか？
そうなんですね。私は結構小さい頃から日本へ留学することが決めましたので、でもやはり考えて悩んでいたことというと、外国人留学生として大学から卒業した後、進路はどうすべきか、中国に戻るべきか、日本に就職するべきか、それとももっと海外の方、アメリカとか、 ヨーロッパとかそういう国々の方に、新しい進路を見つけるべきかについては、考えた時期があります。
なるほど。ちなみに小田さん、これどうお考えですか？
ですね、お二人にちょっと余計なお世話だけど迷ってるだったら行った方がいいと思います。で、行った方が絶対にいいと思います。なんなら別に英語の目的というよりも、例えばここで留学について聞いてる方もいるんですけど、僕留学で得ることって英語以外の方が多いと思います。だから現地の生活だったりとか、簡単に言うと例えば店がぐちゃぐちゃだったりとか、周りがなんかねこうインフラが来なかったりとか、なんかディスカッションがうまくいかなかったりとか、やっぱりいろんな経験があるんですよ。だからそういう意味で言うと英語じゃないですね、実は。ただ一緒に英語が覚えると思います。それとあとなんかここでね、なんか留学行った方がいいですかって言っていらっしゃると思いますけれども、できれば英語プラスアルファのアルファがあった方がいいと思います。その目的があって世界を見て何でもいいんです。おそらく大学にいる時間以外のところで得ることがむちゃくちゃ多いので、そういう意味で言うと迷ったらこうかな。それから筧さんのその留学生のキャリアはやっぱり私もいろいろと外国人からあってですね、これは私のブログとかリンクトインでも書いてあるのでよかったら後から見てほしいんですけど、外国人の方は日本で就職することは僕は強く勧めています。なぜかというと第一に就職しやすいよね、圧倒的に。それと新卒をですね、日本の企業はポテンシャルで取ってくれるんですよ。例えば他の国、例えば台湾って隣の国がありますけど、台湾なんかは例えばエンジニアみたいな専門性がある時以外はインターンむちゃくちゃ行かないと実は入れなかったりするわけで、卒業した時に。だってスキルないじゃないですか、スキルも経験もない。日本はスキルも経験がなくてもとにかくいわゆる基礎力で取って、それで数年間育ててくれるので、だから外国人の方はそれでやると多分永住権も取りやすくなりますし、その後のオプションがむちゃくちゃいっぱいあって、母国が変えるのっていつでも多分変えれるんで当たり前ですけど。でいろんなキャリアを考えてみると日本ってすっごいいい国だと思います。だって教育投資してくれて給与もらえて、なんか住宅手当もらえて、で日本で何年間か住んでると次の転職簡単なんですよ。なんでかっていうと日本人って割とちょっと潔癖症なところがあって、日本のこの潔癖症の社会の中で僕はあんまりこの社会に馴染んでないんですけども、他の国に行ったら楽だから。
なるほど。ちなみにじゃあ僕が個人的に気になったのは、そのさっき小田さんがおっしゃってたその言語以外でのこの留学の有用性ということだと思うんですけど、筧さんがこれ回答全然英語でもいいんですけど、筧さんが日本に来て感じた中国とのギャップというか、なんか僕が知りたいのはその他国から見た日本ってどんな感じなんだろうなっていうことで、その感じたギャップであったりとか、なんかこんなことがあるんだなって大きな気づきとかってありました？何か一個あればいいんですけど。
はい、そうなんですね。やっぱ私が中国から日本に来て感じたギャップというと、日本文化の中のこういうこだわり、なんか家庭に対するこだわりが非常に強くて、なんかいっぱい話し合って、いっぱいのなんか手続きを経て何らかの結果を出すというやり方が多いんではないですが、でも中国において割とみんな結構なんか直感的というか、その場で何かを決めることが多いので、仕事の速さから言うと中国人は多分速さを中止しているではないかと私は思いました。
実は自分がベルギーにいた時はなんか几帳面な性格っていうことで東アジアが一括りにされることが多かったんですけど、なんかその中でも差異があるっていうのは結構面白いですね。はい、でじゃあごめんなさい、次の質問に行きたいと思ってて、なんかすごくいいねがついてる質問の一つに、私は ESS で英語のスピーチをしている大学に2年生なのですが、これから3年生になるにあたって就活が迫っています。この ESS スピーチで培ったもの、得た実績は今後の就活の際に強みになるのでしょうかということで、そうですね、ESS っていうのは英語を使ってスピーチとか演劇とかさまざまな活動をしていると思うんですけど、この ESS っていう広い定義に基づいた時に一つ共通して言えるのは英語を使った創作物っていうものだと思うんですね。なんかこれが就活とか、キャリア形成において生きることってどういうことなのかなって自分自身もすごい気になるので、どうお考えですか？
これですね、プラスになると思いますけど、だから完璧ってことはないです。今の時代は私もこのグッドファインドっていうサービスを始めて18年ぐらい経っていて、 実はグループディスカッションの実は対策講座みたいなのをやるわけですね。でその時に大体6島ぐらいこうグループがあって大体 4,5 人ずついるんですけども、で私が担当する時はじゃあ今日英語でする人って言ってこうその人たちを集めてやるんですけど、6個あると2個か3個ぐらい英語のグループができます。とすると大学生の英語力上がってるんですよ、明らかに。多分文科省がすごいやっぱ予算作って飛び立てとかいろんなプログラムをやってるじゃないですか。意識も高くなって、そういう意味で言うと英語人材に対する需要と供給は需要の方がたくさん出てきたっていうことで、ちょっと今これ質問が来ているところと関係あるので少しスライド戻っていいですか。なんか気になるスライドがあるって言ってたので、ですね、英語と就活の話をしますね。これだ。英語を勉強すると、商社に内定するとかっていう実は議論があります。これ正しくないんですけど、これ何かっていうと、英語勉強している人と商社内定している人には相関があります。相関っていうのは、商社内定る人の中に英語力できる人が多いっていう、こういうのを相関って言います。で、この事実があったときに、だから英語勉強しようっていうふうな方がいるんですけど、これは論理的に言うと誤りです。ぜひこのスライドを一回取って後からググってみてください。疑似相関っていうことがあってですね、相関と因果って実は別なんですよ。で因果関係はどこから来てるかっていうと、海外経験者が実は商社に内定取って海外経験者が英語ができることが多いんですよ。でこういうふうに共通因子からこういうふうに出てる要件があったときに、ここに相関というものが生まれて、ここに共通因子がある、こういうのことを疑似相関と言います。こういうのは生成 AI で疑似相関何って聞いて、その時に因果と相関の違い何っていうと出てくると思います。で言いたいのは何かっていうと、キャリアでもそうなんですけども、この成功するところに行くのは何の要因かっていう、この矢印の根元を探しましょうというのは、これが数学の私が習ったところなんですけれども、相関のこっちじゃなくてこの根元のところをやんないとこうなりませんって話です。こういうのをですね、これはすごくよくあるバグで、相関と因果は別ですよっていうことを言ってますけども、ぜひこれ間違えないでください。で英語はですね、勉強できる人っていうのはちゃんと英語がマスターできる人っていうのは、ここのところ海外経験じゃなくて努力できる、学習できる人なんですよ。その人はこっち内定取ると思います。なので英語ができたからじゃなくて、努力できる人が英語ができて、努力できる人が商社内定取るっていうことなので、努力をしましょうっていうことですかね。だから対策とか考えるとこれむちゃくちゃ大事で、私もやっぱ就活生たくさん見てるんですけど、せっかくいい結果を出そうと思うのであれば、この因果っていうそのロジカルシンキング、僕はすごく大事だと思ってて、ぜひよかったらまた勉強してください。
いやすごく面白いな。なるほど。なんか元の
これやると授業になりますからね。
いや、
こういうのたくさんあるんです。実はよくあるのはこれですね。ピアノを習ってる子供は成績がいい、だからうちの子成績良くしたいからピアノ習わせようっていう方が結構いるんですけど、これ正しくないです。これさ、家計さんもさ、中国のさ、北京とか上海行くとピアノ習ってる子むちゃくちゃいっぱいいない？
そうなんです。
それこれだよ。
はい。
これなんですよ。ピアノの先生すごい給与いいんですよ。なんでかというと、受験戦争で子供の成績良くしたいじゃないですか。親とすると、そしたらやっぱね、その手段やりたいんだけど、でもそこじゃないんです。これ日本も一緒なの。ちなみにうちの奥さんピアノの先生なの。だからこのことあんまり言いたくないんだよね。はい、
すみません、はい、残りお時間が約5分少々となりましたので、じゃあ最後の質問に移りたいと思います。能力のある人がアメリカに流れる前に日本にとどまるようにするためには、やはりお金を上げられるようにしないといけないのではと思うのですが、優秀な方を日本にとどめるには愛国心や郷土愛を持つような教育が必要なのでしょうか。どうやって流出を止められるのでしょうか。お金しかないですかということで、じゃあこれ最後お二人に聞きたいと思うんですけど、お二人はもしかしたら日本以外での就職を考えられているかもしれません。実際お二人ともバイリンガル、トリリンガルですし、それ相応のスキルを持った場合、もしかして場合によっては海外での就職というものはあり得ると思います。 でも一方で多分日本での就職っていうのを考えてると思ってて、お二人の中での天秤を教えてほしいです。海外で働くメリットデメリットで、日本で働くメリットデメリットで、その上で小田さんの方でご意見とかお聞かせいただければなと思うので、じゃあまず理系でのキャリア形成を考えている、ごめん、それは失礼ですね、はい、現在理系に、東大の理科2類に通っている吹上君はどのようにお考えですか？
そうですね、僕のイメージとしてはやはりその日本っていうのはその生活のしやすさがダントツでその高いかなというふうに思っているところで、先ほど、中国なんかもね、その都市によってはすごく住みやすい街があったりとかっていうのは確かにそうなんだと思うんですけど、例えば日本だったりするとそのゴミの捨て方とかそういうこと一つとってもすごくその文化的に住みやすさがある程度保障されてるというところなのかなと思ってて、例えば僕が昔住んでたタイなんかだと結構その路上に普通にネズミがいて、普通にそのゴキブリとかが家に入ってきて、トイレもウォッシュレットとかないし、そういう、生活環境が当たり前の感じだったので、そういう意味では結構そのキャリアとは言ってもその合間合間に挟まってる生活ってすごく大事だと思うので、その日本で仕事をするってなるとそこは大きなメリットになるかなって思います。で、逆に言うとその能力の評価のされやすさとかそういうところは僕個人としてはその海外の方に魅力があると思っていて、比較的にその、自分の何がすごいのかとか何が足りてないのかっていうことをきめ細かく評価してくれる方のような企業が結構アメリカだと多いのかなとかっていうふうに感じています。
なるほど。能力の評価方法一方で生活の質みたいなのだとやっぱり迷いますよね。で、ちなみに家計さんどうですか？本当に簡単でいいんですけど。はい、
そうなんですね。日本の企業に就職する、メリットというとやはりさっき吹上さんとのおっしゃった通り、やっぱり住みやすい環境ではあると私は思っています。ゴミの分別とかそういう、細かい点だけではなく、体の不自由な人や、いろんなダイバーシティの特性を持っている人に対しても非常に住みやすい環境を今構築されていると私は考えています。その逆にデメリットというと、私は外国人そして留学生としてやはりculture shock、そういう文化的な違いを感じながら就職しなきゃいけませんのも、一つの悩みとしては私の心にはあります。例えば就活、こういう形は、私の母国には存在していませんので、私にとっては相当のチャレンジだと思っています。
なるほど。じゃあ小田さんこれどうお考えですか？全然どっちもでいいので、日本人で海外のキャリア形成考えてる人と、ごめんなさい。私はね、好きな方でいいかなと思います。もう人生なので選んだ方を生活にするのがいいかなと思います。それと最初にいただいてた質問で、例えば日本の、海外に流れない才能を並べないようにするためにお金の問題は絶対あると思います。ただいくつかあって、お金だけじゃなくてやりがいだとか、あと例えば私アメリカでニューヨークに出張に行くときはですね、やっぱむちゃむちゃ実力主義でいいんですけど、すごい疲れるんですよ実は。だから JFK っていう空港に近づいてくるとだんだん血圧が上がっていく感じ、戦闘モードになってすっごい実力主義で、うまくいくと私はたまたまうまくいくことが多かったのでなんだけど疲弊して帰ってくるから、だから JFK から今度離れるじゃないですか。もう飛行機乗ったとこからスーッと力抜けてきてっていうのもあるのもやっぱり実力主義なので、だから実力主義がいいとか一種類じゃなくて多分何個かのバランスだと思います。でそれを人生の中で選んでいくっていうのが現実界じゃないかなと思います。ずっとアメリカみたいにやってると本当バーンアウトします。 なるほど。良くも悪くも日本の文化の特徴が分かったというか、
まあそうですね、やっぱ会社にいる時間って多分人生の3分の1ぐらい平日とかだといるはずなので、やっぱその時間をどういうふうに過ごすかっていう要素、まあそれはお金の問題はあるんだけど、どっかのお金の水準以上になったりすると多分他の条件になると思っていて、まあ、特に例えば理系の人たちなんかはお金は一定以上でも別にいかないんですよ。なんでかとやりがいだとか、あとやっぱね、安全か安定かみたいなのどっかであると思います。例えば給与が高くてももうすぐクビになるところよりもある程度、例えば10年とか20年をやっぱ安心感みたいなところの中のバランスで多分人生を決めるっていうのが人間本能的にやってると思います。
なるほど、分かりました。じゃあちょっと本当にたくさんご質問いただいてて全部に答えたいところなんですけど、はい、一応お時間となりましたので、小田さんはそうですね、この後のレセプションに、10分ほどご参加されるので、もしよろしければ、はい、直接お聞きいただけるとよろしいかなと思います。はい、以上で第20回やりますか？
やりましょう。
やりましょう。はい、第20回東大杯のスペシャルセッション終わる前に、小田さんの方から特別企画をご用意いただいております。はい、その名も、じゃあ私の方から説明しますね。じゃんけん大会といいまして、小田さんの著書をですね、この会場内の方1名様にプレゼントいたします。小田さんと王様じゃんけんをしていただいて、最終的に勝ち残った1人が、こちらの本を無料でいただけるということで、
つまらないお宅の本ですけれども、
はい、じゃあ
一回練習しましょう。一回練習しましょう。最初はグーじゃんけんポンって僕がやるので、勝った方が立って残って、最後の一人の方によかったら差し上げますので、よろしいでしょうか。一回練習しますね。はい、最初はグーじゃんけんポン、僕チョキです。勝った方、グーの方が勝ちになりますっていうのをやりますね。今の練習です。よろしいでしょうか。すべての方、すべての方、あなた方も OK。はい、はい、いきますよ。今度本番ですよ。いきます。最初はグーじゃんけんポン、グーです。パーの方立ってください。確率的に言うと3分の1いるはず。はい、2回目いきますよ。はい、最初はグーじゃんけんポン、僕パーです。チョキの方残って立っててください。結構残ってるね。この人たち引き強いんかな、もしかすると。はい、3回目。最初はグーじゃんけんぽい、チョキ、グーの方、だんだん減ってきるでね。はい、次いきます。最初はグーじゃんけんポン、グーです。残ってる方3名ぐらいになったかな。じゃあ3名ぐらいになったら壇上来てください。
こちら生配信中ですので、ちょっとカメラ掲載 NG であったりという方は全然大丈夫なので。
じゃあこのままやろう。はい、最初はグーじゃんけんぽい、パーです。チョキの方、3名残ってる。 OK。 はい、最初はグーじゃんけんぽい、グーです。なくなった？じゃあもう一回立って、もう一回勝って。はい、最初はグーじゃんけんぽい、チョキです。
スピーカーの方が
どうぞ。スピーカーから出るとは、よかったら後でサインします。ありがとうございます。あとよかったらですけれども、なんかいろいろと質問いただいて全然お答えできなくてごめんなさい。個人的に SNS をやっておりますので、Facebook、LinkedIn、それから WhatsApp、これらのところいただければですね、今日ESS で出たという方で質問があるという方あれば、こちらで個別にメッセージいただければ必ず回答いたしますので、よかったらこのリンクここで出会ったご縁を大切にしたいかなと思います。
インスタグラムもやられていますよね。
そうですね、
はい、東大杯公式アカウントにですね、スペシャルセッションを紹介する投稿がございまして、そちらの共同投稿を小田様にしていただいているので、もしよろしければそちらから小田様のアカウントを選んで、メッセージをお送りいただいても、よろしいということで大丈夫ですか。はい、以上で第20回東大杯のスペシャルセッションを終わりとしたいと思います。お二人もご協力いただきありがとうございます。そして皆様長い間ご清聴ありがとうございました。MC の方、またお願いします。
ありがとうございました。
Right. Yeah, this concludes the okay. Now this concludes the special session. We will have an intermission. The closing ceremony will start at 4:20 p.m. 4:20 p.m. So please be seated by 4:15. Thank you.
これにてスペシャルセッションを終了いたします。閉会式は4時20分に開始いたしますので、4時15分までご着席ください。 May I have your attention, please? The closing ceremony will begin in 5 minutes, so please be seated and make sure to turn off your mobile phone and any other appliances that might make any noise. Thank you.
閉会式はあと5分で始まります。ご着席のままお待ちください。また、携帯電話など音の出る機械の電源はお切りになるか、マナーモードに設定するようご協力をお願いいたします。
Thank you for your patience. May I have your attention, please? Now we would like to start the closing ceremony. The judges have decided the winners and will enter this auditorium. So please stand up and welcome them with a big round of applause.
First, the judges. Oh.
Please be seated.
First, the judges will give us some comments.
Firstly, Ms. Tanahashi. Please.
Thank you. Hello. I'm told I should tell you otsukare-sama. Okay, so I am so pleased to be able to be here today. I did the elimination judging, and I was so curious to see how the speakers I chose would do. I was going to come today to watch the speech contest. And they're like, well, how about being a judge? I was, oh, okay. So I didn't get to sit in the background. You people back there, you're very lucky, okay? But the speeches today were such high level. Everyone did such a good job. So could we please have a hand for all of our speakers? I'm so impressed. And I love this speech contest because it opens the doors to people who are working, to people who are younger, to people who are strange like myself. Who knows? I might try it some year. But the competition is so stiff. And I want you to know something. The judges all think differently. We put up our markers, we're trying to judge who's first, who's second, who's third. Everybody was completely different. I had the most interesting discussion, debate, argument that I've had in months. So I appreciated that very much. My opponents, the other judges, are very good at discussing and arguing. So I cannot thank you enough for a more stimulating and inspiring day. So if your speech doesn't win, please know one of us chose it as first, okay? But we lost in the argument. And I want you to know that your speeches inspire us and teach us. So what is happening? What is important to the society in Japan today? How can we operate better? How can we be healthier or help our students more? Your words tell us. So I thank you so much for your speeches, for teaching me, for inspiring me, and for showing me that spending your day inside, do you know how beautiful it is outside? The weather is so nice. And you're here, and you've spent your whole day not only being here, but practicing, writing, going over your speech again and again. And I am grateful. Thank you so much for including me today. Please continue to inspire us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tanahashi.
Next, Professor Edgmond, please.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here. And this is my first time judging. So it was an interesting experience. and I thank my fellow conspirators. We had a very lively discussion. Yes, I would like to second the remark that all the speeches had something amazing going. It was hard to choose the top three. So thank you for great speeches. I think sometimes because there's delivery and content, so we had some room to think about different aspects of speech making. Yes, I think I also liked the way that you responded to some of the kind of issues or challenges that contemporary society has, and you had some ideas for making a better future, so I appreciated that. So thank you and congratulations on a good competition. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Edgmond.
Next, Mr. Eboshi, please.
No applause? Right, thank you very much. Okay, so firstly, I would like to thank all the organizers for having me as one of the judges today. I really, really enjoyed today's speech contest as always. And furthermore, I would like to congratulate all 9 speakers today sitting over there. They did extraordinary, overwhelming, wonderful, scrumptious, superb, great, nice, wonderful performances, presentations. Please give them a big round of applause. Having judged many speech contests over a decade, I confidently say that today's speech contest was one of the best speech contests in terms of quality of speeches and quality of organizations. I confidently say that. Congratulations all organizers and of course speakers, and thank you audience members for having here today. Today, I would like to talk about 2 things. One is about the question and answer session, and the second thing is about how to use stage effectively. So the first point, question and answer session, I am really satisfied today. Every time I give some comments about question and answer sessions, I always emphasize the importance of prior preparation. I always state that, okay, please, involve debate section members to having endless Q&A session practice. And I always repeated this kind of thing over and over again. And I think that today's 9 speakers actually did that, because although some of my questions were difficult to answer, but they could answer my questions perfectly. So I'm really satisfied with that point. But if I say one thing about your answers were a little bit long. I have prepared actually 10 questions for each speaker, but the answers may need more short so that we can communicate and having great dialogue during the session, because Q&A session is to deeply understand the speaker's philosophy or speaker's thoughts about the topic. So please make sure to make your answers a little bit more short and of course to the point, so that we can have a lot of communication to dig more about your speech topic. The second is about the usage of stage. And some of today's speakers bravely used the stage and without using podium. But for my impression, just many speakers today just wandering around the stage without any intention. Usually, stage can be divided into 6 areas. One is left side, middle side, and the right side, and the front side and back side. 6 areas. So how to use these 6 areas depending on the content of your speech. But the typical example is to divide into the, for example, here is the past, when you talk about the past experience. And the middle comes to the present. And the right side reflects the future. What about the front and back side? Front line is the area to strengthen your ideas or to express your dialogue, your utterance. But if you stand backside of the stage, this means that you can say your inner voices or just, say or express that you are very negative about something. So if you don't use a podium and then you try to use stage during your during your presentation, please make sure to give some meaning to the usage of your speech. And this is very important because audience members can fully understand the situation you are talking. Okay, you're talking about the past. You can talking about the future. You can easily visualize the situation. So please, my message today is to please fully use the stage with exact intention. All right, so this is all from me. So for more detail, I would like to give you some feedback during the individual feedback session. Okay, once again, I really enjoyed today's speech, today's 9 speeches, and looking forward to have a very deep communication later on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Iboshi.
And the distinguished judges will be given flowers by their assistants. Thank you for all your kind cooperation.
Good afternoon, everyone. The most exciting part has come. Now, it is the awarding time. It is our great pleasure to announce the Audience Prize winner and the 3 winners of this contest. The top 3 winners and Audience Prize winner will receive a cup and a prize from the University of Tokyo ESS. All the prize winners will be awarded by Ms. Reina Moronaga, the executive chairperson of this contest. Please give a big round of applause when we call the name of the winners.
First, I would like to announce the audience prize. The audience prize goes to Miss Nico Mori. So, Miss Nicole Mori, please come up to the stage.
Certificate, Nicole Molly. This is to certify that you have been awarded the Audience Prize at the 20th English Oratorical Contest for the University of Tokyo ESS Cup, held on February 22nd, 2026, supported by the University of Tokyo English Speaking Society. Congratulations. Congratulations. Thank you.
Miss Nicole Mori will be awarded an Audience Prize Cup. Congratulations, Miss Nicole Mori.
Next, I would like to announce the third prize. The third prize goes to Miss Aiki Shirakawa. Miss Shirakawa, please come up to the stage.
Certificate, Aiki Shirakawa. This is to certify that you have been awarded the third prize at the 20th English Oratorical Contest for the University of Tokyo ESS Cup, held on February 22nd, 2026, the University of Tokyo English Speaking Society. Congratulations.
Ms. Shirakawa will be awarded a catalog gift card and a third place cup.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, Ms. Shirakawa.
Next, I would like to announce the second prize. The second prize goes to Miss Rio Kato. So, Miss Kato, please come up to the stage.
Certificate, Rio Kato. This is to certify that you have been awarded the second prize at the 20th English Oratorical Contest for the University of Tokyo ESS Cup, held on February 22nd, 2026, the University of Tokyo English Speaking Society. Congratulations.
Miss Kato will be awarded a gourmet dining experience ticket and a second place cup. Congratulations, Miss Kato.
Good evening, everyone. We have now reached the climax. I would like to announce the first prize. The first prize goes to Mr. Yuya Kubota. Mr. Kubota, please come up to the stage.
Certificate, Yuya Kubota. This is to certify that you have been awarded the first prize at the 20th English Rhetorical Contest for the University of Tokyo ESS Cup, held on February 22nd, 2026. Supported by the University of Tokyo English Speaking Society. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Kubota will be awarded by a premium travel gift catalog and the University of Tokyo ESS Cup. Congratulations, Mr. Kubota.
Then, the first prize winner will give us some comments. So, Mr. Kubota, please.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremonies. And first of all, I would like to thank all the organizers and, of course, my distinguished judges, my fellow speakers, and my assistant, Kakoi-san, and last but not least, Neko-kun. Thank you so much. And talking about myself, the first time I came here was the 10th contest 10 years ago. And this is actually my 9th time to take part in this Todai High. 7 times as a speaker and twice as the final judge. Very interesting, but yeah. And I was finally able to come back to this stage. I'm very happy to be here. Actually, last year I was absent for this contest. I felt like 2 years ago I judged the contest, and I felt like maybe I should take some kind of rest. And when I sat there and watched all the speeches today, including, of course, today's Nonaga-san made a wonderful comment at the opening ceremony, and including him, all the speeches were perfect. And I felt like, oh, I want to come back to the stage again. And that made me write my speech about Neko-kun. And yeah, first, I would like to thank all the all the people around me, especially my wife sitting over there, Maria, she's over there, and she's the one who gave me Neko-kun. Without her, this speech wasn't here, and even I wasn't here, so thank you so much. And of course, my parents for coming here, and Mike-san, he was my teacher ever since I was at WESA. And of course, my kohai and my friends. I love public speaking. I love the atmosphere of the speech contest, and I hope that this culture would keep on going on and on until, yeah, it's going to be everlasting. So where am I rambling? As I ramble on. So first, Lassie, thank you so much for today's wonderful competition. I had a wonderful experience today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Kubota. Distinguished judges and winners, would you get down the stage and go back to your seats so that everyone can watch the closing movie? winners as well. Thank you.
Please take a moment and watch the closing movie. Finally, Ms. Reina Muronaga, the executive chairperson of this contest, will give the closing address. Ms. Muronaga, please.
Thank you, the Master of Ceremony, distinguished judges, all the wonderful speakers, fellow organizers, and above all, audience. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Good evening. It is my great honor to give the closing address here in the Yasuda Auditorium. First of all, To our distinguished judges, thank you very much for coming today despite your busy schedule. Especially Ms. Tanahashi, thank you very much for accepting our urgent request and serving as a judge. Without you all, we couldn't hold this contest. Thank you very much. So, the preparation for the 20th Todai began about 1 year ago. Looking back, we experienced a lot of things. Good things, bad things, and terrible troubles. We got many troubles, actually. When I took a shower yesterday and considering this closing address, I came up with one experience that I wanted to share with you all. This year's Todai is a bit different from previous years. For example, we launched a crowdfunding project and raised 320,000 yen from our supporters. Reading their supporters' messages, I was deeply impressed and moved that because there were many comments from our alumni of UTESS and speech section. For example, some people said, I was a member of UTESS and organized Todai just like you, good luck. And other people said, I was not a member of UTESS, but belonged to the speech section and did speech activity. From them, I realized how much Todai is warmly welcomed, loved, and supported by everyone. And I think the reason is very simple. We, the University of Tokyo English-Speaking Society, has always opened our door to everyone, regardless of their age, nationalities, or backgrounds. This spirit of freedom is the very reason, I think, is the very reason that everyone accept and love this Todai Cup. To symbolize this spirit, I chose this year's Todai's concept, Rhapsody. Rhapsody, it is a musical term that allows us to be free and be ourselves. Standing here in this hall is actually scary, and my heart is beating so fast. However, in the same time, it allows me to stand on my own feet and work toward the future. So, everyone, each one of you in this auditorium has the right and opportunity to apply for the next year's Todai 21st English Oratorical Contest. As a speaker, judges, or maybe as an audience, we hope that we can see soon. Steve Jobs, the founder of Apple, once said, connecting dots. I believe that today, the 20th Todai became one dot in your journey. If we continue to connect the dots, someday there will be a line and intersect. It is my hope that just like our alumni who warmly supported our crowdfunding project, we can see soon in this year's auditorium. And we hope that the dots become circle or like cross line, and then that gives me back in this gives us back in this year's auditorium. The 20th Todai, the same age as me, for 20 years, Yasuda Auditorium has witnessed thousands of words, expressions, and passions. It is my hope that this competition will last for many decades, even after I am gone, and touching our hearts and changing the world. This concludes my closing address. Again, thank you very much for your cooperation.
Thank you. Ms. Muranaga.
Now, before ending this contest, we would like to introduce all the sponsors and endorsers for the 20th English Oratorical Contest for the University of Tokyo ESS Cup.
協賛株式会社イタリアントマト様、グローブ8様、スローガン様、東大先生様、トップトラベルサービス様、パンデモモ様、フローリスト KT 様など。
講演、文部科学省、外務省、改めて誠にありがとうございました。
Finally, we have one request. We kindly ask you to fill out the questionnaire by scanning the QR code you have over here.
The 20th English Oratorical Contest for the University of Tokyo ESS Cup is now over. Thank you all for coming. We're looking forward to seeing you all again next year, the 21st English Oratorical Contest for the University of Tokyo ESS Cup. Thank you very much.
以上をもちまして当大会のすべてのプログラムは終了となります。お時間がございましたら QR コード集に載っている来場者アンケートの方にお答えいただけますと幸いです。本日は第20回東大杯にご来場いただき誠にありがとうございました。第21回東大杯へのご来場も心よりお待ちしております。